2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, brought to you by GTR 24H. We had a practice yesterday, and now we're jumping on in when the action starts to get thick and starts to get fast here from Sebring. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Ewan O'Leary, and we have 2-hour qualifying sessions coming your way, with the combined time deciding the grid order for tomorrow's race. Ewan, we saw practice yesterday. We were talking a little bit about the track, and most specifically, we were talking about how bumpy the circuit was, and surely that's going to be having an effect on qualifying procedures today.
Yeah, it always will. We talked a lot about it in practice, to really kind of trying to introduce everybody to the circuit as if they don't know it already. But it's getting a little bit more serious now. It kind of ramps up as we go along the weekend, and that's a good idea, I think. Anyway, so yeah, it's starting to get a little bit more serious now. Practice last night went all fine. No major incidents really to speak of. We saw a few teams going well. We saw a few teams a little bit behind where we're normally seeing them. So it'll be interesting to see who was sandbagging and how that develops. Although this is not going to be the be-all and end-all of having a good 12 hours of Sebring. If you qualify second or third, or if you're one place lower than you think you could have been, then it's not a massive deal, but it's a good confidence boost to anybody who can maybe take the pole position tonight.
One team that wasn't around in practice yesterday was the 959 of HM Engineering, and at the moment they're not present in qualifying. Of course, 959 HM Engineering are the team that won the GTE class in round 1 back at Indianapolis. They were a no-show in Silverstone, and clearly not here to try to defend what was their championship lead at round 3 either. So hopefully we do get to see them later on today, or at the very least starting from the back of the grid tomorrow, because it would be a huge shame if we couldn't see them out on track.
Yeah, it would. We've got a lot of race winners and championship leaders out there at the moment, though. Varga Sim Racing in their LMP2 have just come into the pit lane, and they've gone third on their opening lap. Marcel Chinzik is driving that car. Paul Holt is in second place in LMP2. He's driving the DSG car, which, if you weren't tuned into practice yesterday, we mentioned briefly that that car has been changed to DSG. It's still number 334, but it's DSG Motorsport from now on. So we'll look at those guys, and they are very quick indeed. Diak Hackers are in the lead at the moment with Norbert Jakob, who's topped the timing first of all.
Yeah, Norbert Jakob putting in that preliminary lap for the 95 car, and good to see the EEWC Hackers up towards the front end of the field. They were actually a team we were talking about a little bit in practice, and we were talking how they haven't had, let's say, the best run of results in the first couple of races. They were able to take that P7 in Indianapolis, followed by a P9 or P10 last time out at Silverstone. So to see them at the top of the standings is very positive, to say the least.
Yeah, it is definitely. It's great to see drivers and teams improving and so on. But yeah, still we're early on at the moment. Just to explain the format, in case you haven't seen one of these before, 2-hour session to kick off, half an hour break in the middle where we'll talk to some people. Excuse me. Hopefully, we'll talk to some of the guys who've done well, maybe not done so well. Ask them how it went, and then we'll jump into the second session, which is another 2 hours in the end. So yeah, we're looking forward to it, and it should be plenty of time for these guys. It's overall, you need to set a lap time in both, but overall it's 4 hours of qualifying, which is quite a long time to get your time in. I don't think many people can really say, I didn't get time to get my lap in, because there's a lot of time. So I think they should all be fine for timing, although we will see a mad scramble at the end, as we always do.
Yeah, you always see a scramble towards the end when drivers really start to push it right towards the end. There's more grip, more rubber being laid down on circuits when the track tends to get quicker. And you also sometimes see it's also a little bit cooler in the evenings as well, which tends to mean that we get some slightly faster lap times, not right in the pitch black, in the depths of a night, but once things cool down, once the track temperature and the air temp drop a bit, the cars can tend to perform better. Now, you were talking a little bit about interviews, and we may be seeing some teams joining us. Yesterday, we did get to speak to the likes of Simon Marshall and Nick Newcomber, and we actually got to talk about one of the new drivers joining for Pin Sim Drillers, and I do want to talk about this in a little bit more detail. Mantis Wreckers jumping in for the 17 Drillers esports car in the LMP2 class, and, not for Drillers, for Deuces Motorsport. And I'm very excited about this. They were able to get P3 in Silverstone. They had that horrid P9 back at Indianapolis, where they had issues that were pretty much outside of their control. And we know that Mantis Wreckers is a very quick driver, and they were saying that they are looking for that P2 spot, maybe even a race win. And I'm very excited to see what Mantis Wreckers can add to the Deuces Motorsport car.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a great addition to that team. It's already a very good team, I have to say. At the early part of the year, I did pencil them in as the weaker of the two Deuces Motorsport Club cars, but they've actually ended up doing better in the end. Their GTE car hasn't had a good time of it, it's fair to say, but they're back for good now for the rest of this championship. So they'll be doing the remaining 4 rounds and shouldn't have any real issues. But yeah, they've been doing fantastically in the 15 car. A very young team, it has to be said. We've mentioned this before, but they're alongside Mantis Wreckers now, and Nick Newcomb, I guess, can jump in whenever as well, because he knows what he's doing, certainly with regards to managing and driving as well. Got a lot of experience, but alongside him he's got people like Luca Gray, Toon Lower, and of course now Mantis Wreckers as well. But Luca Gray and Toon Lower are 15 and 16 years old respectively. They're really not very old at all. Young drivers, inexperienced you might say, but Toon Lower was, I mentioned last night, he was driving incredibly well, and like a very, very experienced driver at the Silverstone 12 hours, holding off a car for that third place. It was Fair Racing Team really charging at them towards the end, and Fair Racing Team were at DSG as they are now, very, very good team in themselves, and Toon Lower was able to hold them off. It was a great performance, and they've got a great team, a much better team than I was expecting when I saw them penciled in at the start of the season, I have to say.
It's actually a very interesting point that you bring up with the whole idea of experience, because I know that myself as a commentator, let's say as a pundit, you know, if I want to give myself that nice little pundit stance, I've always understood the reference when we talk about, let's say, real racing drivers, and we say, you know, this driver's really young, he doesn't have the experience. But whenever I hear people talking about it with reference to sim racing, I personally don't think it means anything, because we're talking, I think you can't really compare experience within sim racing to experience in real racing. As a young driver in real racing, it's much harder to get races under your belt and to gain said experience. But when it comes to the world of sim racing, you can do so many events, you know, you can do multiple events a week. So I don't really think that experience factor, that experience label can be so readily applied, because it can even be a case where the younger drivers are more experienced than the older drivers. So I personally don't think Mantis Rekkers and Turn Lower can be really described as inexperienced, because I think they do have a lot of experience. They've been in the sim racing community for quite a while. So I am interested to see how they will perform. I don't think they will do badly. I think we've seen them as well, at the very least Mantis Rekkers previously in the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship, and I think he can do a lot for the side of Deuces. We heard Nick speaking very highly of him yesterday as well.
Yeah, we did indeed. It's an interesting point you raised, though, about experience in sim racing, whether it counts for very much. I would slightly disagree with you, though, and I'll say this just to make one point about it, is that I think in pace-wise, I do agree with you, actually. When you gain experience in real life, you do gain pace as you go along. You just get faster because you get more accustomed to what you're doing, and that's just kind of the way it is. You get faster. But in sim racing, I don't think that is the case. You kind of pick it up, and it takes a little bit less time to get up to speed. You do have to take some time. You can't just jump in straight away and go fast. I think everybody understands that. But in terms of endurance racing especially, experience I think is important, because it gives you that maturity on the track. You have knowledge of experiences from mistakes you might have made in the past, from your previous experiences, to know how to do it better this time. You know, getting involved in battles that you don't need to, particularly in the early part of the race. I guess it's not quite as apparent late on in Silverstone when we saw Toon Lower battling with one of the other cars. You know, anybody can do that over a sprint race kind of distance. Well, not anybody, but you know, lots of people can do that over a short distance. But to have that maturity to know, you know, I don't need to have this fight right now. I'm going to back off just a little bit, and have that kind of maturity. I think experience comes with, or maturity comes with experience, and you do need a few of those races under your belt to be consistent and mature while you're out there, particularly in an endurance race.
Oh yeah, I 100% agree with that, Ewan. And I think it just comes down to a case of what grants you that kind of right to call yourself an experienced driver, because there is no cutoff point, is it? It's kind of a point that you kind of gain that maturity, you gain that wisdom, you know, you gain those wisps of white hair on your beard that you can stroke all knowingly in the middle of a race. But we'll see how Deuces do perform. I want to talk about pin sim drillers in the LMP2 class as well, because we know that they're quick. They were able to get that P2 at Silverstone. And I said at the start of the season, I think they're the only team that can challenge Vargas Sim Racing, maybe with the introduction of some new drivers for the likes of Deuces Motorsport, they can join that. But I still stand by Drillers being the main team, the main contenders for the championship spot in LMP2 alongside Vargas Sim Racing.
I think they're the most likely to actually challenge. I would agree with that. They're going quite strongly, but they just haven't really been able to string the race together. We saw at Le Mans when Varga won that particular race, they didn't have any big issue to speak of, but Drillers had that very early issue. Well, actually, I'll rephrase that. In the first couple of hours, Drillers had an issue where there was a spun car in front. They had to slow down. The car behind didn't, and the rear wing came off for the 17. So they had that early problem, but they fought back to win that one because Varga had an issue later on in the race. But on these occasions, Varga have managed to hold it together for the two 12-hour races so far, and managed to win the first couple, managing to get the full complement of 27 points on both occasions as well. So, Drillers are probably the only ones who can challenge. I would agree with that, but you never know what kind of issues they can have. You never know what issues Varga can have. It can always change up, and and so on. But it's really, really close in LMP2, and the battle for second is just really, really close in that particular category. I mean, Varga are sort of running away with it, but it's not over by a long shot just yet. They've got to really keep their heads down and keep going the way they are if they want to clinch this championship by the end of the year.
Well, you bring up Varga and Marcel Chinchek having jumped to the top of the timing sheets by 0.6 of a second. Still yet to see the likes of Pinsim Drillers and Omicron making their way out onto circuit. There's still a long, long way to go. We've barely gone over 15 minutes into qualifying, which is an eighth of the way through. Let's talk about the GTE class though, because this, in my opinion, is the most hotly contested field. And I said yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if we got to the end of the championship and we had 6 different winners from our 6 races, because currently the GTE class is the only class where we have seen 2 different race winners.
Yeah, it is somewhat surprisingly. In GT3, we didn't actually get a different winner, but you're right. In the first race, we had Indianapolis and HM Engineering. In the end, it was the newer Corvette holding off the older one. The older Corvette holding off the newer one, I was supposed to say, at the end of that race, and that was very exciting indeed. But towards the end of the Silverstone race, Musto GT Sports were really sort of running away with it. I think it was just... normally in a race, there's one point where you can pinpoint and say that's when we knew Musto were winning, but it was just relentless pace, completely mistake-free. Strategy was perfect as well from Musto, so it was a whole 12-hour race-winning moment really for them, and they managed to take that one. But you're right, and you say it's going to be very, very difficult to repeat that at this point. We haven't seen HM Engineering since they won that race in Indianapolis. We don't know if they're going to return for the Sebring 12-hour either. We don't know what kind of issue they've got with that. But Musto are going to have their work cut out to try and take this one from there as well, because we've got some great teams in this. Deuces Motorsport Club will be up there. World of Sim Racing in their number 51. They're going quite well at the moment, actually. They're topping this session excuse me, by 0.3 of a second ahead of Musto. We've got Volante Racing who've been doing well. DASSR Lab have been struggling a little bit so far in practice in qualifying, but they're second in the championship as well right now, and it's such an exciting category, GTE, and I can't wait to find out who's going to take it this time.
And let's not forget as well, Musto GD, the number 53 car, were able to win last time out at Silverstone. But arguably it's a 54 Musto that is the quicker car. They've just had some absolutely crazy issues over the course of the last couple of races. I believe in Silverstone they came out of the pits and there was an issue with their car, or their tyres hadn't actually switched from dries to wet, so they came out on slicks in the wet conditions. They ended up having a spin coming out because they were expecting to have some form of grip. They had nothing. They span. They crashed into the pit lane wall. Then they had to serve a 3-lap penalty or drive-through for it, and it all just went tumbling down. So the quicker Musto car currently lower in the championship. We speak about WOSR iZone Performance. It's a team that I personally was expecting to do very well coming into the season. They're currently down in P5, but on the plus side for them, they're currently leading the GTE class in qualifying. And then we could talk about the likes of DIS as well, who I kind of liken to the likes of Fernando Alonso during the years of Red Bull dominance. They're always there. They're just that one little bit away, and it's consistency from DIS that I think will see them being in these championship contention spots, not necessarily the winning races.
Yeah, maybe not, but you're right there, and their strategy, which we like to talk about a lot, is also very good. They pretty much nail that on every occasion as well. So they are a very strong team indeed, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how they do at Sebring. Another one of those teams, of course, who had a great battle towards the end of Silverstone. It was all going on really. Volante had that drive-through penalty though, which meant that they were able to get third place, I believe it was. Andy Kurtzen driving at the time, and he did a very good job on that particular occasion. But you're right, they're not the fastest team in this class, but they are very consistent. They're very good on strategy, as I said. So, we'll be watching out for those guys. At the moment, as I mentioned earlier on, not been too impressive in terms of the pace in this session so far. In practice as well, they were a little bit off. I wondered if maybe they were sandbagging, but it does look like they're just struggling a little bit. 1.2 seconds off Jordi San Andres, and it's not exactly like we can say, oh, it might be a car issue. You know, the Porsche might not be strong around here, because World of Sim Racing are in a Porsche themselves, so we don't really know what's up with that. But DASSR Lab look like they're struggling early on. Still a long way to go, though.
Yeah, of course, a long way to go. We've got over 1.5 hours to come. And then, of course, our second session of qualifying as well. We'll have to see how the IS can do. Of course, you know, that battle in Silverstone, it was so fantastic between, I believe it was Pauli Ahonen for the Volante car and Andy Kurtzen in DIS, and it all got influenced by a backmarker. It was the final 15 minutes. They're having a wonderful battle. It was all about to start, and then a backmarker just got in the way. I can't remember whose fault it was, but there was an incident between DIS and a GT3 car, if I'm not mistaken, and it saw Andy Kurtzen off in the grass and facing the wrong direction, which was a huge shame for them. But let's talk about the GT3 class, because Unison Sim Racing, like in two of our other classes, have won both races. They weren't able to get pole back in Indianapolis, but the reason for that was because there was rain that came down and they got caught out because they hadn't set their lap when the rain did start to fall, and that saw them starting further down the order than they would have liked. But still, they've been able to secure 2 wins, have the 717. Mugen Sim Racing, though, looking quick, but so far Unison have just looked a cut above the rest. And yeah, Alexei Mizin, Alexander Zakharov and Yaroslav Krostalev just look insanely quick.
Yeah, they did. It's very true. They, as you mentioned, 1 pole so far, but it wasn't really their fault. So they're very quick indeed, and very good over the race as well. I don't know if it's wrong to say that. Well, I wouldn't say this, but you could argue they've been a little bit lucky towards the end of a couple of races because of issues for cars around them. If you remember at Silverstone, the Danish Racing League had that hardware failure for Sebastian Hove, which meant that they dropped down to 4th place, which is where they finished in the end, I do believe. No, 5th, sorry, it was even worse than that. So it was a real heartbreak for them at the end of the race last time out. And in Indianapolis, there were a couple of late drive-through penalties, late issues for a couple of cars, and Unison Racing, against all odds, I thought at one point, managed to hold on and almost strategize their way to the end of the race in the lead. So they've done a great job so far. Their race execution has been perfect, whereas those around them has not been quite so perfect. But it's not like, as I said, it's not like they've been lucky completely, because they've clearly got the pace, and they've got the pace right now here at Sebring as well. Nearly forgot where we were then. Still at Sebring as well. They're 2 tenths. They were 2 tenths behind, but Thibaut Malbran in the GT3 One Move esports cars just moved up the order. However, I've just noticed that's only the gap to 2nd place, because Adam Sarej in the Mugen Sim Racing number 41 has set a 1 minute 58.5, which is a good 1.2 seconds quicker than Bezrikov, who's set the lap time for Unison, and Thibaut Malbran is still 4 tenths away. So Mugen Sim Racing, as always, it seems, showing they've got fantastic pace again.
It's also quicker than Deuces Motorsport Club from the GTE class, so a very quick lap coming through from Adam Sarej. And I'm actually somewhat surprised that it was Adam Sarej out, because whenever I think of the quickest, you know, the outright quickest driver in the GT3 class, my mind instantly goes to Zol Prebeck, who's been, in my opinion, an absolute standout driver so far. So maybe we'll be seeing him racing in qualifying too, because we do sometimes see teams taking different approaches. Some like to use one driver for both sessions, others like to give one session to one driver, one session to another, and some like to, you know, just give everyone a chance to put in some laps.
Yeah, absolutely. I saw that earlier on, Alexander Zakharov was driving just pre-qualifying. There's always an open practice session, of course, in case you don't really know. It's not official or anything, but you can just hop in and do some practice with the other cars out there on the circuit. And Alexander Zakharov was driving at the time for that car and just logging some laps, maybe getting even some qualifying practice in. But it's Nikolai Bezrikov who's currently in there at the moment. And you're right, it does depend whether you want to switch around drivers and let different people have their chance, or if you want to just give one person the car and let them go with it. But I've already seen a couple of driver changes, even in the first 20 odd minutes here at the moment. We've currently got just under 30 cars in the session, and at least a couple of them have actually changed driver. Matthias Blom is now in the Danish Racing League car ahead of Sebastian Hove earlier on, and I believe Zakharov was there earlier on as well, so for Unison Racing. So even down in the GT3 category, we have seen a couple of driver changes, but I'm expecting to see a few more as we go through the session, to maybe see other drivers have a bit of a chance in their car.
Now, Ewan, as we get closer and closer to the first half hour finishing of qualifying here at Sebring, I thought, wouldn't it be nice if we give some of our viewers a hot lap guide here at Sebring? Is there any driver you'd particularly like us to ride on board with? Maybe over the course of qualifying, we can have a go riding on board with an LMP2, a hypercar, a GT3, and a GTE car all.
Yeah, that would be a good idea, actually. So, I was going to say Ramada Motorsport just coming out the Sunset Bend, but they've gone in the pit lane, so I can't do them because that's not going to be very exciting. So we'll wait a few moments to see who's coming up towards the line, really, and try and find somebody that way. I know Fabio Liuzzi is, but I can't really find him without scrolling down the order manically, and I don't want to give everybody watching a headache.
Do we want to sit on board with the 51 WOSR iZone Performance over Jordi San Andres? He's currently second in the GTE class and only a couple of tenths of David Greco.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Let me just go and find him. Yeah, he's going pretty quickly at the moment. Hoping that this is going to be a proper lap, by the way, coming up. But he's just coming out of Tower Corner at the moment, and we'll wait till he gets to the line for a proper lap. But yeah, he's doing pretty well at the moment, actually, the Spanish driver. Only 2 tenths behind David Greco, so it's going to be a real fight between Musto and Wood of Sim Racing to try and get his pole position. It's going to be very close between the two teams.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly tight, and as we talked about, GTE class probably almost definitely the closest class of the entire field. Of course, we've only got 2 to 3 teams in the hypercar class, which has somewhat dampened the fighting that we are experiencing. But what dampens one class seems to be exciting another class, so no complaints from me and the LMP2. Very, very close outside of that top spot, which is currently being occupied by Vargas Sim Racing. As I hear from our production that we could take a quick look at the weather, and potentially give some sneak peeks as to what is to come over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, we can do in a moment. I can't see this just for the moment, but no, neither of us can actually see it, but we will in a moment. I'm just waiting for my YouTube stream to load so I can actually see what's going on for myself right now. Here we go. Maybe get a bit of a view for qualifying. I think it's going to be more of a factor in the race, if I'm honest. There's going to be a little bit more weather affectedness in that particular zone, but I can't see much rain around at all, if I'm honest, and it's moving in strange directions, so nothing solid concrete for the moment. We'll be able to find out a little bit later on whether it will develop, but doesn't look like it's going to rain for the moment, although as we mentioned in practice, it can crop up quite quickly around here.
To be honest, looking at the weather forecast and looking at the patches of rain that are forming, I think there are less patches of rain on this part of Florida than there are alien sightings. So we're probably going to be in for a somewhat dry affair, at the very least in qualifying. Of course, once we get to the race, things might change, and indeed for the final hour, the final half an hour of qualifying.
GTE is all changed around, by the way, while we were looking at the weather a moment ago, because people might not know. Jordi Sandres has just gone a little bit quicker in the World of Sim Racing car as I was watching. I wasn't actually watching because I was watching the weather, but he's just gone about 4 tenths quicker than David Greco in that one. So there's real improvements going on in GTE, not least for João Barbosa as well, who the Portuguese driver who's driving for the Juices Motorsport Club 74 at the moment. He's moved up to third from where he was a moment ago, which was 5 tenths away. He's still about 6 tenths away. He's actually further away from the leader than he was before, but he has moved up about 5 positions. So it just shows that not much of an improvement can yield you quite a few gains in terms of where you start on the grid tomorrow. So well worth doing, of course, and Barbosa looks like he's finding his feet a little bit now in that car and going a little bit quicker as well.
Both Porsches doing well, of course. The 51 WOSR iZone Performance is in a Porsche, just like the Deuce's 74 car, and the Mustangs, if I'm not mistaken, one is in a Merc and the other one is in the BMW, I want to say. So that's 54 Fabio Liuzzi is in the BMW, and the 53 is also in a BMW, I think. Either way, we are at the half-hour point, so we're going to be heading on into a short break, and when we're back, we'll be bringing you the second half hour of our first 2-hour qualifying session here for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship at Sebring.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to qualifying for the 12 Hours of Sebring, the third round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship for 2021. I'm Ewan Lewis, still alongside Yusuf bin Sahel once again, and we've still got an hour and a half of qualifying one to go, so plenty of time for these guys. In LMP2, we've got Varga Sim Racing leading that class, World of Sim Racing are leading GTE, and Mugen Sim Racing are leading in GT3, and that is a point we were just making a moment ago in the break, Yusuf. The gap between GTE and GT3 seems to be the smallest it's been all season so far.
Yeah, without a shadow of a doubt, Jordi San Andres in the GTE currently leading the GTE class, having set a 47.4, and the fastest GT3 time has been set by Adam Sarej in the 41, a 58.5, so just over a second separating the two classes. And we always tend to see one GT3 car popping into the GTE field, but I think this is the closest that we've seen between the two top ends of the field all season long.
Yeah, so if Adam Sarej in the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car was actually driving in the GT class, he'd only be 1.1 seconds off Jordi San Andres, and to say he's in a different car, that's a really good effort from him. But he's not exactly alone up at those kind of lofty heights, because Thibaut Malbron is only 2 tenths behind. Callum Wilson is a further 9 tenths back, so that is quite a long way. But the opening or the front two cars are running away from the rest just a little bit, and as we've mentioned, that does seem to be a little bit contrary to what we've seen so far. Just to explain, it's or so far this season, should I say, just to explain something about these two qualifying sessions, because it works a little bit different to how you might expect. We've got to qualify, so qualifying one is now 2 hours, and then qualifying 2 later on, that's also 2 hours. We take an average from both and add them together, make them an average of the two of them, and then that's the order that sets the grid. So I guess you get a little bit bigger margins between them. It's a little bit more defined, and you have to be consistent over 2 sessions, which may well be in different conditions. I believe, although it's not confirmed, the second session is going to be in the darkness. I'm not entirely sure, but I think that's how it's worked so far, and that's going to be the case again. If so, then conditions are going to be different. It's going to be different for the drivers, and so it just switches up a little bit between the 2 qualifying sessions.
I think that is accurate, Ewan. I've always missed the first qualifying session, but this Thursday I have been free. But with all of the previous rounds, every time I've jumped on in for qualifying in that second session, it has been engulfed in darkness, so I wouldn't be surprised if that second session will be in the nighttime. And it always adds something quite nice, I think, because you get 2 slightly different sessions, one in the dry, or one in the daylight, one in the darkness. Maybe next time we'll get one in the dry, one in the wet. Who knows? Maybe there is some rain to fall over the course of the day, and indeed tomorrow. If you haven't put it in your diaries already, then make sure to do so. 12 p.m. CET is the start of the race tomorrow. 12 hours, so it'll finish at midnight Central European time, and we're going to get a nice sleep after this race, or after this qualifying, before the race does start. And at the moment we're still waiting for our hypercar class drivers to set laps. James Zuber is sitting in the pits for the number 10 Pin Sim Drillers esports car, and he's just waiting patiently at the moment.
Yeah, there's no need to rush, since they're the only ones in the category at the moment, or the one at least who are here. There are 4 entries, but at the moment only those guys are here right now. Interestingly, last time they didn't actually pick up the pole at Silverstone, because I think they did something wrong in the procedure. I can't quite remember what it was. A lot happened throughout that particular weekend, so I've personally forgotten what happened. But it doesn't really matter. They didn't get it, and it was given to Omicron, and they got the extra point for it, but Drillers ended up winning the race by a fair margin in the end. So they've got the maximum, or not quite the maximum points haul, but near enough to it from the Silverstone event. Just saw, by the way, Fabio Liuzzi, who's driving the number 54 Musto GT Esports BMW, have a spin out of turn 16, which is Le Mans corner. Arguably, while not the most difficult, as we were talking about last night in practice, but one of the most important, because if you maybe discount Sunset Bend, maybe turn 5 is quite important as well, because that's quite a long straight. Maybe turn 7 you could add into that list. There's a lot of those kind of medium length straights here, but anyway, to get to the point, the one turn 16 is quite an important corner. It's like it's an elongated chicane, I would call it. It's quite flowing. When you think of chicane, you think kind of stop start, annoying, in the way, but it's quite flowing. It's quite nice, really, for a chicane, and it's very important that you get that corner right for a good run down the Ullman Straight, and maybe even a passing opportunity if you're behind somebody. But also, it's very easy to get it wrong, because if you get on the power just a tiny bit too early, then there is grass there waiting to collect you. No tarmac run off on the exit of that corner. It is pure grass, and that's going to completely ruin your run. It could even spin you out, like it happened, or like what happened to Fabio Luzzi a few moments ago.
And the chicane from turn 15 down to turn 16, which is aptly named Le Mans, is weird, because you have the white lines, but you can cut right completely over it, and there's so much extra track that you can use. It almost feels like you've got the corner in front of you and you're literally turning the car so aggressively over to the left to set yourself up for that corner that pulls you onto the Ullman Straight and the back straight. And it's one of the things that I personally think makes Sebring such a harder track to master. We've already mentioned before, the surface hasn't been changed since it was first laid, and still has its old concrete slabs laid down, which, you know, adds it to, I guess, the kind of intrigue that is the Sebring International Raceway.
Yeah, as to the challenge of it, of course. But one interesting point of, well, it might not be that interesting, but it is a point of discussion, is that the chicane is kind of corner. As commentators, we look at corner names quite a lot to try and figure out where they are on the circuit, etc. And drivers kind of do as well, to kind of figure out what they're doing. But it's kind of named a bit weirdly, that chicane, because if you think about it, it's kind of three parts. There's the first right, which is where you take all your speed in. You kind of hold on through the middle left, where you it's just a little kink to the left, and as you say, you can kind of jump over the curb there, even though there's the white lines. You can swing wide and so on to get the best run possible onto the Ullman Straight, and then you've got that final turn, which is called Le Mans. Now, there's only actually two corner names there. Only the right-handers are actually named. The left-hander apparently is not a corner, even though Americans do like to call corners that are not really corners, just kinks in the straight. If I'm thinking of Road America here, where turn 3 is, or turn 5, sorry, is really turn 3, if you see what I mean. If you've seen the track map from there, it's quite ridiculous. But on this occasion, they've got it wrong the opposite way. So they've made and a very similar right-hand kink at turn 4 is named, so I don't know what they're doing really, but that doesn't really matter too much. It's slightly strange, challenging as well, but obviously I'm probably the only one who finds that interesting or worrying about it, but anyway, doesn't matter too much.
I personally think turn 6 is one of the best corner names across the world. Big Bend. What more could you want in a corner name?
Well, yeah, that's true. I also like the one afterwards, turn 7, which is a hairpin. It's called hairpin. I like that. Very literal. Just there's no discussion about what that corner is. It's a full-on hairpin, and you know it because it's called that. But anyway, moving past our complete idiocy about corner names and corner numbers, find something else to talk about, because it's probably not very interesting. I was looking at the DSSR lab car review, well, I was a minute ago, but they've just gone into the pit lane, so I'll not do that anymore. Yeah, they're still struggling, I'm afraid, at the moment. 1.2 seconds behind Jordi Andres. They've gone down another place as well to ID Simsport in the 166 GTE car. The car that's not the actual car, but one of the ID Simsport cars did win the Sebring 12 Hours overall 12 months ago here in the EEWC, so they've got a bit of something to stand up to here. They've got a bit of a reputation to defend, I suppose, but it's going to be very, very difficult for them to do so, I think. They've been struggling so far this season, really. The 166, which is that car, I do believe, anyway. Yes, it is. They're down even below Volante. They've only got 7 points so far this season. So it's not been the best season for them, and very difficult for them to repeat their particular victory in this year's event.
I don't know why, but I just thought for a second I heard a horn, and I thought that I had just fallen asleep for a second and I was in some kind of weird dream that was occurring, but I don't think there were any horns going off on the racetrack at Sebring, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just officially going crazy. But ProSim have just improved. They put in a 46.881, and they're now 0.3 of David Kolaksai in the number 22, which is, if I'm not mistaken, yes, it is the Mugen Sim Racing car, which, as I mentioned, David Kolaksai is currently at the wheel of. Just trying to see if there have been any other changes in the class. Jordi San Andres still leading the GTE class. GT3 still being led by Adam Suresh.
Yes, a good performance so far from ProSim. Currently 1.5 seconds behind Varga, but they're 6 tenths ahead of the field, so it is quite close between everybody. And ProSim, it wasn't the 007 car which was battling late on with the DSSR Lab, if you remember the fantastic final hour we saw between those two in the GT3 category. But in GT3, when ProSim were a GT3 team, they've moved up a couple of classes this season. But when they were driving that car, they were doing very well because they got pole position for this particular race. But like ID Team Sport, it's going to be very difficult for them to repeat the heroics of last time. They're going to need a really good performance in both qualifying sessions if they want to get anywhere near Varga Sim Racing, which is going to be very, very difficult indeed. But no, it's a good performance so far. Sixth place for now, and a good 6 tenths ahead of the rest of the field behind them as well. So good performance so far. Maybe they can find the extra 3 tenths to get anywhere near Mugen Sim Racing, who are still 5th.
Now, I'm riding on board with the DIS SR lab that have just started a lap, so I thought I'd give a rundown of the lap and the lap at Sebring, but I think I'll wait until they start the next lap before I get underway with that, because at the moment DIS, they're currently down in 18th overall, about 1.2 seconds off Jordi San Andres at the top of the GTE class. And this isn't a new track for DIS. You know, some teams are new to GTR 24H and the E-Racing World Championship, but DIS raced last season, and this is a track that was on last season's calendar, so they should be familiar with it, and they don't have, let's say, the excuse of saying, you know, we're still learning the track, so as to speak.
Yeah, but it is a very iconic circuit. Drivers and teams will have raced on it before, I'm sure, because there's a lot of racing that goes on around here, particularly at this time of year. It's kind of, I think it's 2 weeks away now, or 3 weeks away, the real life 12 hours of Sebring, which has not got the 1,000 miles, as well, for the WC, but 12 hours is still happening, which I'm glad about, and I'm sure everybody at home is as well. But yeah, it's a really iconic circuit. It's not one of those circuits like Indianapolis where, you know, there aren't as many races that go there, so you might be a bit inexperienced with the track. You tend to just, when you go to circuits like this, you tend to do a little bit of practice just so you can get your eye in, really. There's some circuits you have to go to because they're new, you've never driven them before, and you have to completely start a blank. You have to learn it entirely from top to bottom. But around the circuit like Sebring, you're really just getting your eye in, you're just getting yourself back up to speed again. You do lose a little bit of that edge from, you know, after these guys have driven for 12 hours around here on Saturday, they'll be amazing at this circuit, but you just lose that little bit of an edge when you spend basically a year off, because not many championships or anything I've ever seen have really used it in the autumn time, in the summer, in the winter. You know, it's purely as a spring kind of March time event, and other than that there isn't much Sebring racing that goes on, so people just get their eye in a little bit, and that's what practice last night will be used for. Maybe a little bit of qualifying as well. We see a bit of that going on. We do see long runs from time to time in qualifying just for the practice, but yeah, it's just one of those circuits where you have to top your kind of top or whatever it's called. I don't really know. I was trying to think of another way of explaining it other than saying getting your eye in for the third time, that sentence, but you know what I mean. It's not a circuit many will be inexperienced with.
It's one of the circuits that for me is synonymous with endurance racing. Actually, weirdly for me, more so than Le Mans, because to be perfectly honest, and a lot of people are going to kind of raise an eyebrow at this, Le Mans never really occupied much of a space in my head. I just hear Le Mans and I'm like, yeah, there's that 24-hour Le Mans race that occurs, like, what is that, once a year? I don't know. This was like back a year ago, and once I started doing iRacing, it always seemed that everyone was talking about Sebring, and I just kept hearing Sebring. I never heard Le Mans. It was just always, yeah, we got the 12-hour Sebring, 1,000 mile of Sebring. I'm like, I've never heard of this track. What is this Sebring circuit that everyone keeps speaking of? And then I was once unfortunate enough to do a few laps at Sebring, and I thought, oh god, this track is a nightmare to learn. Now, DIS would have learned the track, and they're making their way down the Ullman Straight to begin a new hot lap. We're going to hope that they don't dive on into the pits, as that would make this hot lap guide fairly awkward. So through the final corner, get on the power as early as you can to start the lap. You're going to want to be pulling your car over to the right, as DIS just complete their lap at 59.7, a second off their previous best into turn 1, 90 degrees, and it's just so long. It just keeps on going and going, and it's so blind as well. You just have to have faith that you've got onto the power at the right point through the kink of it 2 and down into turn 3. You can use the curb, but the curbs here, Ewan, are just so steep, and DIS, well, they throw the car too aggressively. They don't get the weight transfer right, and it causes the back end to step out on the exit of a turn 5.
Yeah, very easy to do and very costly as well for lap time, because it completely ruins your run all the way down to the hairpin, which is a pretty simple corner really, but it's important to get that one right as well. It's a long run down to the next particular corner. Then things get a little bit tricky after that really. Get a little bit fiddly from there on in really. It's kind of stop-start and difficult to negotiate, but staying off the curves very important in that part of the track as well as the first little complex between 2, 3 and 4.
Yeah, and then down towards the turn 10, Cunningham. Again, you can use these steep curves through 11, Collier curve, and that will bring you all the way down towards Tower, which is a right-hand 90-degree corner. And it's always weird because you've got that long right-hander sweeping on into it, which is a part of Collier curve. And now all the way down the straight into turn 14. Bishop completely flat through the left. Then tiny hint of a left wheel here down into turn 15, using up all of the curb through this part of the circuit. Almost going completely over the white line on the left as you throw it into Le Mans and back onto the Ullman Straight.
Yeah, and then the trickiest corner, in my opinion, on the circuit coming up the Sunset Bend, which is, as I mentioned last night, there's 1,000 ways you can go through it, but only 1 or 2 of them are actually quick. So you just got to try and find the right one, really, and hope for the best. Just turning in now, avoiding that wall on the right-hand side, trying to avoid it again as it kind of bites out at you for a double or second bite of the cherry, and then get a straight run off the exit, as you mentioned earlier on, getting the power on as early as possible. Can be quite difficult, though, because your car's bouncing around so much as he heads into the pit lane, which is not great, but trying to run it all the way out there as close as you can to the wall without actually hitting it, and getting the best run down the front straight, because that's another place where you can lose a lot of time if you get it wrong. But yeah, we've had an onboard lap with a lap at least focusing on one of the GT cars. We'll get one with the other 3 classes later on, but yeah, for now that's a decent lap, but still looking for a little bit of pace. I feel DIS there, still 1.2 seconds off Jordi San Andres, and doesn't look like many people can get near Jordi for the moment. João Barbosa has been trying his best, but they can't really for now. 4 attempts is still the margin, and it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to topple World of Sim Racing, it looks like, at the moment. There's still over an hour to go though.
And potentially our new favourite name for a driver, Juha Mäki-Juppi, in the number 74 car. The Deuces Motorsport Club, I'm sure I completely botched up that name, but I do my best. Has put in a 57.8. He's just jumped on in, actually, and I believe replaced... Actually, who has he replaced? Who was currently out? Was it João Barbosa in the Deuces car until now?
Yeah, it was, yeah. So that's where the 57.8 has come from. Although I've still got João Barbosa actually driving that car for the moment, so I'm not entirely sure who's behind the wheel. I think it is João, but never. We don't know for sure at this point.
It might be that your timing has dropped a little bit behind.
I'll refresh it.
You'll refresh and then I'll jump like 10 minutes forward. And I remember sometimes when that happens in the race, and it's very confusing because you're trying to find a battle, and then when you jump to the battle, it has just come to a conclusion, and you're scratching your head thinking, why has that one happened? But I don't know now if it says for you and that Juha Mäki-Jypi is out on the circuit.
Nick Newcomb confirmed it to me as well, so we've got timing, and I've got timing and Nick's telling me, so I believe them now, that Juha's in the car. But new driver, of course. We were talking to Nick about him last night, actually, in practice, about how that all came about. New addition to Juices, who are really stealing everybody else's drivers at this point. Mantis Records from Team Rookie Monsters, and now Juha Mäki-Jypi. Sorry, I'm not going to. I promise by the end of the 12 hours tomorrow, I might have said it right once, but I guess I can't promise two great things because it is difficult. No, he's a very quick driver. He's in there for João at the moment. Was just 5 tenths down on the Portuguese driver's time on that particular attempt, but he might not have been pushing super hard. We don't know what kind of run he is doing for the moment. Even though he was 5 tenths behind on that particular occasion, doesn't mean that he won't improve a little bit later on and go faster a little bit later.
You know, when we saw Juha Mäki-Jypi's name for the first time yesterday, Alex Goldschmidt, as you know, was in the call with us, but he was muted because he was having his hour break at that point. And when Nick came onto the call and was telling us how to pronounce the name, I saw Alex laughing at us on our Google Meet as we were trying to pronounce it. So I think when Alex returns, which is either going to be right at the end of tonight's show or potentially tomorrow, I think we need to, get one back on him and give him some difficult names to pronounce, and that we can enjoy his misfortune as he attempts to do so.
The problem is, he's quite good at it, so it's difficult, really.
Annoyingly so.
Yeah, I can't remember how many languages he can. I think it's 3, isn't it?
Too many.
It might even be more than that. But he can speak a lot of languages and pronounce all of the names right, really, because he does know a lot about these things. But it's going to be difficult for us, and we kind of tend to see that we kind of get to know these guys a little bit, and we start to see familiar faces starting to crop up throughout a season, and then it gets a little bit easier from then on in once you kind of got it in your head from that point. But we do tend to get regulars in at this point. I know that we haven't got any new entries for this particular event. We just got returning teams once again, really, we tend to learn, or we try to learn at the very least, all these different names and teams and whatever. No new teams for this particular one. Just under 30 are in qualifying at the moment, and that number keeps fluctuating a little bit, so I'm not sure if teams are setting a lap and then going and then coming back later, or what's going on with that. But just under 30 cars on the grid at the moment, which is substantially more than we had this time last year, it has to be said.
Just trying to see who else is on a lap. Ooh, I tell you what, Marcel Cinček is currently improving. He's making his way into Sunset, and wow, the commitment he had. You can see that the front end of his prototype car just wanted to step out and understeer all the way, but somehow Marcel Cinček was able to keep it tucked in, and that's a 45-1 to come through for the 117 Drillers car, and that is a very quick lap. Nearly 8 tenths quicker than Norbert Jakob, currently residing in P2 in the LMP2 class.
Yeah, just gone even faster there as Cinček, just as if anybody else was getting it. They weren't getting that close. It was half a second, and Cinček clearly thought that was too close for comfort, and he's decided to just push that gap out a little bit more once again. So, as you say, it's just under 8 tenths for the moment on that particular lap. Although the last lap that Norbert Jakob did was his best of the session so far. So he's pretty clearly going quite quickly at the moment, and as the track does tend to get a little bit faster and evolve, it will tend to get a little bit easier for these guys to go quickly, but it's going to be very, very difficult for anybody to get near Varga. They're just a leg up on everybody else. I've seen them in multiple endurance championships, in sports car championships like this. They are so good in that LMP2 car. There is not many teams in the world that can beat them. If anybody can get close, then they're going to be doing a fantastic job indeed. So it's going to be a big challenge for them. We did see towards the end of the race at Silverstone, they were docked laps and had a bit of an issue. They did have that issue, and so it brought everybody a little bit closer, but the docked laps were removed and I think re-added because they've got the win in terms of the standings at the moment, so I'm presuming that's the case, and that they were fine in the end. But it does show that even they are not bulletproof, and anything can happen even to them, even though they're clearly the fastest car out there at the moment.
Anything can happen kind of seems to be the catchphrase when we talk about endurance racing, and it is true. Anything can happen at any point in time, and it's all, part of it is, being lucky, being the one that doesn't get affected by situations, and another part is, being, you used the word before, experienced enough to have that kind of sixth sense, that spidey sense, that racing sense to know, something might happen here, let me just stay out of it. And that's the kind of quality that isn't obvious when you watch it as an outsider. You don't realize, that guy was smart not to do that battle. You'd only realize if the battle had happened and if some kind of disaster had occurred, then you'd be like, yeah, that was a bad mistake. But if it never happened, then you don't really realize, you don't really appreciate, and what's the term? You don't really, my English is gone. You don't really appreciate the skill that the driver is bringing.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree. I do see what you're saying. It's a good point, to be fair. But just if you're a driver, by the way, wanting to get an interview with us, you can pop yourself in, or if you're just team manager or anything, you can pop yourself in the green room and get an interview. We'd like to hear from you how qualifying's going, how things are going out there. So pop yourself in the green room if you want an interview. But we've just crossed over an hour of qualifying so far, so we've still got an hour to go, and we're going to take a commercial break. We'll be back with the second hour of qualifying one after this.
Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we enter the second hour of qualifying one here for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship at Sebring. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Ewan O'Leary. Now, when we went into our previous break, myself and Ewan, we were very sadly given the news by our producer Peter that he had been given a pizza and he was eating a pizza and we couldn't join in. Well, I tell you what, Peter, I have a juice. So
It's just not the same, is it? It's just not.
no, it's not. It really didn't work.
It's not a pizza. And is it pizza flavoured juice?
Hang on. No, it's not. No.
No.
One thing for any aspiring commentators out there will learn with time, as I think I've learned now. Not that I didn't already know, and I think you're more than aware of, is that if you pick a fight with your producer, you will not win.
Well, you'll not have a job either.
Pardon?
You'll not have a job either if you do that. But yeah, it's true.
Because that's not always the case. In this case it is.
That is true, but yeah, it's best just not to. Really, that's my top tip anyway. Our top tip. There you go. But anyway, we're just over an hour in qualifying at the moment. 65 minutes gone, roughly 55 to go, and we'll be bringing you the second qualifying session a little bit later on. But for now, I think we can take a little bit of a look at the standings to see who's where after about an hour of qualifying, and things got a little bit closer while we were at that break. Varga Sim Racing are still leading with a 45.1, but Norbert Jakob has improved to a 45.7, and Chris Gonzalez massively improved, only 0.06 of a second behind the number 95, which is a very impressive performance from them. And further down in LMP2, it's all very close. I'd say from second to sixth, it is it's only separated by about a second, which is fairly close. And then behind that, we've got DSR Nightmare and Ramada very close, and DSR Dream Team and B32 Racing are also quite close. So we've got little groups of cars who are quite close in the standings as it stands.
Very tight, and I'm just taking a look as well at David Kolaksai, who's currently improving. He's on a 46.1 and at 0.4 down on Chris Gonzalez, so I don't think he's going to be able to catch those 3.2 tenths that he is currently behind by. DIS have just improved. They've put in a 58.6, which is just a few hundredths shy of Marcus Steyer in the GTE class.
Yeah, indeed. And speaking of GTE, Valente Racing just in the pit lane. Actually, a lot of them are in the pit lane, but it's not as close as you might expect. I'll move down to GT3 briefly to update what's going on down there. Mugen Sim Racing still with a 58.5, and I don't think that lap time has actually improved so far. I don't know if I'm just going a little bit mad, but I think Adam Surage has gone out there once. He's done his outlap. His first lap on the board was pretty much a 58.5, and he's stuck with that, and I don't think I've seen that lap time change. So he's done such an amazing lap time that he can't actually get anywhere near himself, never mind anybody else, but it's working out quite well at the moment because Thibaut Malbrin is still 2 tenths away.
You do get that from time to time though, don't you? And you go out, you set one qualifying lap at the start of the session, and then you just think, wow, as I just took a look at the YouTube stream and I saw someone completely lose the rear end. I think that is through Tower, so not quite sure what happened. That thing turned in a bit too aggressively, but as you mentioned, a very, very good lap from Adam Surage. But right as we mentioned them, we talk about how difficult it would be for him to improve on that lap. He's actually gone purple in the middle sector, so at the very least there is time in the middle sector as wow. Adam Surage really was committed into Le Mans, and that rear end was slithering all over the place.
Yeah, it's sometimes it can be a little bit faster. We were talking to Callum Wilson last night that Aston Martin has some quite bad lift-off oversteer, but he said it's fairly quick, so he's kind of got to just deal with it, even though he really hates driving with it. So, it can be quite fast to slide it around like that, but just going through Sunset Bend at the moment, Adam Surage, and we'll see now if there's actually going to be a bit of a improvement in terms of the lap time here as he goes across the line now, and it is presumably a 1 minute 50 something, but is it a 58? Is he stuck into the 57s? Is that even possible? I don't know.
He gets a 59.9.
I'm not seeing any new lap time pop up other than a 2 minute 10.3, but that was a minute ago, and a new one's not popping up, so I might have to refresh and try that one again. But it doesn't look like he's gone quicker than he was before, I have to say.
I'm not sure if you invalidate a lap, if the lap would then show on our.
Oh, it was invalid, yeah.
The reason
you're right.
why.
It's just a little dash next to the last lap if you've invalidated, and I think that's clearly what he's done on that particular occasion. We said that you can monster and run over that curb at Le Mans earlier on, you were mentioning it, but if you do it too much, then you get one of those invalid lap times, and if you pick up too many throughout the race, then you get a drive-through, or is it a stop-go penalty or a drive-through, so you want to be avoiding those at all costs.
Well, it hasn't hindered Adam Surridge, and it hasn't made him think, oh, maybe I should take things a bit more cautiously, because he's gone green/purple. It's blinking green and purple, so I'm guessing it's both his personal best and the current best at 44.4 in the opening sector. Sector 2, though, not his new best at 31.8. Now, Callum Wilson has been able to improve, and he improves again at 59.5 coming in. Sebastian Hove was able to put in a 58.9 on the previous lap, and they find themselves currently in 21st and 20th in the overall classifications, P3 and P2 in the P4 and P3 in the GT3 classes, respectively.
Yeah, it's all pretty close, really, but I'm kind of a little bit surprised. Well, not surprised, I guess, but a little bit concerned about the pace of the, I don't know if you just mentioned this, but the pace of the Aston Martins in GT3 for Glam Racing, Unison Racing, not great, really. So Adam Surridge is a second ahead of Callum Wilson and 1.2 seconds ahead of Alexander Zakharov. And the Aston Martin, we do know it's had a bit of a BOP change. I think it was 5 kilograms added, 1% engine power was taken away from the Aston Martin. Is that playing a role? Well, maybe a little bit, but maybe this is just not one of the tracks where Sebring is particularly, a good one for them. Maybe they're just struggling a little bit at this particular circuit and can't really find their way around. There's some high-speed corners here that really do mean you struggle quite a lot if you've got oversteer or lift-off oversteer, like Callum Wilson was telling us a little bit earlier on. So maybe that's going to be a problem for you. You think of turns like Turn 1 and Sunset Bend, they're high-speed corners where you need maximum commitment. If you haven't got that confidence in the car, then you aren't going to be going very quickly. Even if the car on paper is very quick, then you're not going to be very quick if you're not comfortable.
And let's just talk about the gap that we're currently seeing. If you look from Giordano Valeriano, who is currently P4 in the GTE class, all the way down to, let's go to Thibaut Malbron, who's actually in the GT3 class, we're talking about a case of 0.5 of a second, separating about 5-6 drivers across, and these are drivers in different classes as well. That's how tight the lower end of the GTE and the upper end of the GT3 class is.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's all very close, as we were mentioning earlier on. Now, we mentioned something last night, and you actually asked me something last night in practice. I was going to say practice 1, but there's only one, so in practice...
I mean, it is practice 1, isn't it?
Well, it is, yeah, but it's not called that. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You asked me yesterday about which I think is the trickiest corner on the circuit. I think we should talk a little bit more about this, because I've had a bit of a thought, but we'll get to my thought in a moment. I didn't actually ask you the return question, which corner you think is most difficult. I said Sunset Bend. I don't know if you agree with me on that one or not, or whether you've picked somewhere else as a moment of trouble when you're driving around here, or just you think it's a bit of a difficult complex, maybe.
To be honest, if I had a track map, so imagine here is a track map, right? So just imagine that the track's on my hand. Just visualize the track. And I was to point at a corner, I'd point to the whole track and say that is the toughest corner on the track. No, okay. In seriousness, I think Sunset is a very, very difficult corner. But my mind also goes to turns 15 to 16. I think as we actually saw from Adam Serej himself, you can carry so much speed through there, but you have to be right on the limit and you have to get it absolutely perfectly. And you have to just judge that balance of how much corner you can take, how much speed you can take, because it's so high speed, it's so easy to lose the rear end. And I'll be honest, I haven't particularly driven the track on R Factor 2. I've done it on iRacing, where I don't think the bumps are as prominent as they are on R Factor 2 through Sunset Bend, and as a result I can't appreciate how difficult Sunset Bend is as it might be on this particular platform.
Yeah, that's fair enough, I suppose. But yeah, it's an interesting discussion to have, really, because you often think of those high-speed corners as the most difficult, and it often is the case. But I had a bit of a rethink about it earlier while I was having a bit of a think about what I was going to say tonight, what I wanted to bring up tonight at various points, and I had another thought about that question you asked, which I think is the trickiest, and I don't think I really appreciated or sold enough how difficult turn 1 is at this particular circuit. You know, you're right next to the wall, there's a wall waiting for you on the outside, there's grass on the outside as well, it's not tarmac, so you know it's incredibly difficult. I don't think I really sold that enough last night, but yeah, when I was having a think earlier, I thought I started to remember, yeah, that's quite a difficult corner actually, and you know, very, very scary when you have to go right next to the wall like that, and you can't really see where you're going. It's 90 degrees, and you can't really see where the end of the corner is until you're on it. So a very difficult corner to judge and takes maximum commitment. Very, very tricky indeed.
I think as well, turn 1 is difficult, but the complex from turns 3 to turn 5 is also very tricky as well. It's a low speed, but I think that kind of makes it very difficult to get the traction perfect coming out of the corner, and it makes it very easy to lose the rear end. And it's also weird because when you're at lower speed, sometimes it's easier to misjudge turning points. So when you get that turning point slightly too early, slightly too late, it kind of becomes exacerbated because you're driving at such a lower speed and you turn in that bit earlier, you can really notice the fact that you then have to overcorrect by a huge amount.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really quite. It's tricky in a different way, I would say. Not so much commitment and bravery needed, but you know, equally difficult to get it right. And you mentioned actually while we were looking at the DAS car in terms of a lap on board with GTE, and you don't want to hit those curbs. They're quite big and they're in the way, really, and you want to go over them because you think it's going to help you, shorten the distance as much as possible, but you really don't want to hit them that hard. You might want to hit the middle one through turn number 4. Oddly, turn 2 is actually the kink to the right before you get into that complex. So turn 3, you want to kind of run as close to the curb as possible, but don't go on it, and then smash the curb at turn 4. It doesn't really matter because you don't need a run down to turn 5 because it's about 50 yards down the road. So turn 5 is the really important one, but curbs I think are a big issue at that particular one. And then you go down your favourite corner, Big Bend, turn 6 towards the hairpin, which is actually an underrated overtaking opportunity, I would say. Sometimes it can be a bit risky, but towards the end of the race I'd expect to see a few battles down there as well.
Now, something interesting that I do want to bring up is, can you guess, without looking, Ewan, what the gap is between P1 in the GT3 class, Adam Serej, and P3 in the GTE class, which is currently being occupied by Sebastian Hove?
About 2 tenths, maybe less.
Less. It is currently 9 hundredths of a second. 9 hundredths of a second. And there are 2 GTE classes in the middle of the top 3 of our GT3. 5 cars separated by 9 hundredths of a second. That's how tight it is.
Wow, I didn't quite realise actually. We were saying earlier on actually how Adam Serej has set such a good lap time that even he can't beat himself. And now they're getting closer and closer, but they're just not quite able to inch over that. Wow, that's quite incredible actually from what we've seen so far. Mugen Sim Racing still topping that, but it's very, very close. I didn't quite realise, but Sebastian Hove has got into that car now for the Ferrari. He was in there early on, but very, very briefly. Matthias Blom has had a go in there. Morten Agsen has also been in there. And now they've got the real fast driver in there. I think he is their fastest driver. He is their, Andy Kurtzen from the DRS car, their star driver. Linus Lundin for ProSim, he's probably the fastest in theirs. Sebastian Hovey is those kind of guys to the Danish Racing League team. He's really been dragging that car up the order, and he's got very, very close indeed. Less than a tenth separating the top three in GTE. That's quite GT3. Sorry, that's quite remarkable. With the GTE cars immersed in that battle as well. Going to be a very interesting start to the race because it's going to be quite busy at that particular portion, and it's going to be very close between some of those cars as well.
And we've even seen Sebastian Hove he was able to improve in 2 consistent laps, and he improved by the slimmest of margins. It was by 100 each time pretty much. But from Sebastian Hove to Callum Wilson, who's currently P4 in the GT3 class, it's a second. I mean 9/10 to be precise, but a second. So you got the top 3 so closely contested, and then it's such a huge gap down to P4. But either way, we are in for, an absolutely exhilarating remainder of this qualifying 1 session, and for qualifying 2 as well, and then of course our race.
Yeah, so I've got a little bit closer in GTE as well, actually. I've noticed through the last few moments. Excuse me. So, as you mentioned, GTE3 leader only 1.1 seconds away from GTE leader, but Musto GDE Sports in David Greco, who's driving that car at the moment, has got to just 4 tenths away now from Jordi San Andres, and he's only half a tenth behind the Juices Motorsport Club car, which is fairly close, really. So they're quite... they're going to be fighting it out throughout the final part of this session, but still 40 minutes to go. It's not quite crunch time just for the moment, and Wojtek Polesny now actually has got into the Juices car. It's no longer our Finnish driver, or our Finnish friends, I was going to say, from Juices, the new driver for those guys. So it's now his turn. I don't know really who's the fastest driver in Juices Motorsport Club car, because I would say that they're all quick, really. You've seen Polesny do great things, and Barbosa as well. Polesny's competed in the GT Challenge in the recent months, so he's clearly very quick GT driver, very experienced, and they do a lot of driving together. Came second in the team's championship in 2020, second at Le Mans. That's my bad handwriting up there. Second at Le Mans in 2020. Put in a good performance there, couldn't quite get the victory, but very good team, very experienced, and know each other quite well as well.
I actually just want to ride on board with a bit with Mathieu Decroix, who is in the 31 One Move Esports car. They managed to get that P7 back in Indianapolis. And Mathieu Decroix, usually a quick driver, but currently he's all the way at the back of the GTE cars, having set a 2:01. So I'm expecting Mathieu to be able to improve and at the very least getting well into the 59s.
It's kind of surprising to see that car so far down, really, because it's a GTE, but it's behind 6 GT3 cars, is it, at this point? It's not far, well, actually, I would say that. It's not even put the best lap time in the moment, 2-minute 1.1, which is, I'm sure they can go faster than that at this point. But I am surprised to see that One Move Esports car so far down at this point. It's an invalidated lap time for Decroix on that particular lap, but he'll be going again now.
Just lost. Wow. He lost the back end through turn 1, and he almost got collected by one of the other cars. And I've just jumped to Marcel Chinchek, who actually went green, or I should say purple, in sectors 1 and 2, but it was not enough for him to improve, and he decided to dive on into the pits instead of completing this lap.
His gap is less than half a second now, because Norbert Jakob has been improving quite a lot in that one, so he's doing very well for the moment. But yeah, it's kind of difficult to get anywhere near Varga at the moment. It's kind of tricky to keep your car on the road for a valid lap time as well, really. There are a couple of places that we talked about earlier on where you can get them, but the top 4 starting to really close up here. They're separated by less than 7 tenths of a second, which is very close. You've got Marcel Chinchek, Norbert Jakob, David Kolotsai and Chris Gonzalez driving those cars at the moment. 4 great prototype drivers, and they're going to fight it out for the last 35 minutes or so of this session now.
I'm riding on board right now with Chris Gonzalez, who went green in Sector 1. He made a mistake in Sector 2 and lost a couple of tenths, but he might still improve. No, he's going to dive on into the pits. There are a few other drivers who are also pushing. We've seen Alexander Zakharov actually go green in Sector 1, so he will be trying to close in to Callum Wilson, but then again, he's currently 2 tenths down on the 404 car. And then it is that further 9 tenths up to Sebastian Hove, who is currently 3rd in the GT3 class.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the closest class at the moment, GT3, you have to say. But could get even more interesting a little bit later on. Thibaut Malbon trying to go quicker, trying to get near Adam Surrage's time, which is looking impossible even for the man himself right now. In 16th place in overall, and first in GT3, sorry, just about to, well, he was about to come across the line, but he's gone into the pit lane there as Adam Surrage, and Thibaut Malbon trying to go a little bit quicker, Sebastian Hove as well. He's just done a 2-minute 20.5 though, so I presume he's just warming himself up and getting himself ready for another hot lap right now.
Wojtek Polesny just drifting on in to turn 15, and he does eventually lose the back end. He was actually green through sectors 1 and 2, so he was closing in on Jorge San Andres, but in the end unable to improve. We'll see whether David Greco can do any better. He's just made his way through Le Mans, again green in sector 1 and 2, and he's currently 400ths off Wojtek Polesny in P2 in that GTE class, so we might be seeing the 53 of Musto jumping up to the front row of the grid here in Q1.
Yeah, absolutely. They managed to get pole position here last year in the GTE class, and they're the only team returning who can actually get a second pole position in 2 years there. So it'd be good for them to do so. Over the line in a minute for David Greco, and we'll see if that is an improvement in terms of the lap time. It is a 57.6. He jumps over Wojtek Polesny, but he's still 2 tenths behind Jordi San Andres. A good effort from the Italian driver, but not quite enough for pole for now.
Just a little bit behind. We're talking about 0.2 of a second, and with just over half an hour to go, it is possible that that gap can be caught, but we may have to wait a little bit longer. We've seen Giordano Valeriano in the other Musto car improving as well to a 58.2. He's half a second down on Wojtek Polesny, and he's now 1/10 clear of Bart Slobodzian.
Yeah, absolutely. It's looking pretty close right now, and I'm saying doing it all right, but they're just one of those kind of teams, as you mentioned earlier on, just hanging back a little bit. They're not quite front running all of the time. They're just hanging back, and I believe they did get a decent top 5 finish last time out in Silverstone, or the 66 car did at the very least, 2nd place for them, and it was a 6th back in Indianapolis, which is actually better than I remember them being. But they're certainly in the championship fight, only 11 points back for the moment. I haven't seen much of the 67 car so far tonight, because it's just quite a long way back, to be quite honest. It's behind 4 of the GT3 cars, which is not really where they want to be. But you know, only 2 seconds maybe behind Jordi San Andres, which isn't too bad in the end, but you know, they'll be hoping for a little bit better, and I'm afraid they're just lagging behind ever so slightly.
Lagging behind, and actually Thibaut Malbon has just jumped to the top of the GT3 class in that 26 car, so that's a fantastic lap for One Move Esports, a 58.4 coming through. We've also seen an improvement for DIS, a 58.5, so we've got a change in the lead of the GT3 class, or at least a change in provisional pole. But as we get closer and closer to the end of the session, clearly the track getting quicker and the times are starting to tumble.
I think it's also a case of people beginning to realise that they've not, because when you get into this session, you know, you think, oh, there's 2 hours to go, I can take my time a little bit here, I've got time to do this, you know, and you start to realise when you get to this point with just about half an hour to go, you think, oh heck, you know, I need to get another position or 2 out of this, and that's what we're seeing a little bit, and people really starting to get, it's more of a case of the track is evolving and it's getting faster quite clearly, but people are starting to realise the job at hand, and they're getting a little bit more motivated to do their job and go a little bit quicker as well. So that's why we're seeing the time start to tumble, but it's going to be a very, very frantic last half an hour. Very exciting as well though, and lots of lead changes expected. We've already had one in GT3, might have another couple in some of the other classes as well.
And Adam Serej has just gone purple in the middle sector. His first sector was not an improvement, but if he can nail this final sector, he could jump ahead of Thibaut Malbrun. He's currently just over a tenth behind into Sunset Bend. Goes Adam Serej in the 41 car, and you can see the commitment he is putting through in the final corner. Will it be enough? With half an hour on the clock, he will cross the line, and Adam Serej, it's a 58.8, so that middle sector clearly compromising him.
Yeah, from my timing, it says that he lost a good couple of attempts in that one, so yeah, could be where he is losing the time. You said earlier on he set a purple middle sector, I do believe anyway, or it might have been a first sector, but you know, he's been setting purple sectors from time to time, but not a purple lap time in this one. He's been struggling to actually get up the order in terms of his overall lap time. He's been improving here and there, sporadically a little bit, but you know, not really able to go through the full way throughout the whole of the lap. So he has been struggling a little bit with that, it has to be said, but when you've set a lap time so quick, it can be difficult to improve, as we've seen from him so far. I just watched Sebastian Hove go over the line, and he has now he's now going into turn number 3, so we'll see if he can maybe improve it in this way. It seems that there is a bit of time to find in GT3, and there is in all of the classes actually, but not least in GT3, where there's a lot of drivers out there improving.
Well, as you mentioned, it is difficult to improve when they're already putting in such a fantastic lap times, and just like for us, it is with great difficulty that we will now head over to a commercial break. We will be back before the final half an hour of our first qualifying session here from round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. Stay tuned.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump on into the final half an hour of the first session of qualifying for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship at Sebring. And while we were gone, I think you noticed a change for the lead in one of the classes.
Yeah, it was a pretty big moment. Unfortunately, we missed it, but it doesn't really matter too much. Wojtek Polesny going a little bit quicker in GTE, setting a 1 minute 57.1, and that's the quickest we've seen so far. So he's got now ahead of Yuri San Andres. So he was pushed down to third not so long ago. Didn't like that very much, and he's gone straight up to first now to lead the GTE category. Still half an hour 25 minutes to go in this session, roughly, and a lot of time to find. A lot of drivers out setting best lap times. Giordano Valeriano in the 54 has just set his best lap time of the day as well. Thibaut Malbran has just moved to the top, even further away from everybody else, to go in front in GT3. So it's all happening at the moment. Lots of improvements being made. DISS Lab can be added to that list as well.
And the times are tumbling all around as we get into the final half an hour, the crunch time of this opening qualifying session. Mathieu Decroix improving in the GTE class. Adam Serege has been able to hold on to, is now second in the GT3 class. We saw the 26 not too long ago, and that is the 26 of One Move Esports jumping to the top of the GT3 standings with a 58.447, a 10th clear of Adam Serege. And right as we start talking about that, David Greco has been able to improve in the opening sector of his lap with a 53.9. And remember, David Greco currently sitting in P2 for Musto in the GTE class, and he's gone green in the second sector as well.
Yeah, so lots of big sectors being put in from a lot of these drivers at the moment, and Nick Newcomb's just reminding me that Wojtek Polesny set the fastest lap time at Indianapolis for their qualifying session, which has given them 2 points for it. So they've got one for completing the race, of course, but they got one for pole position as well. Despite not finishing inside of the points, they did manage to pick up 2 points from that particular event. So we know that Wojtek Polesny can do it, and he's doing it once again. Very, very quick driver, of course, but as you say, a moment ago, David Greco going very quickly at the moment. I believe he's just coming up through Sunset Bend at the moment, and he's going to be
invalidated. He backed one out of his lap on the exit of Le Mans. I think he just took a bit too much curb on the exit, had a slight moment with the rear and decided to call it quits then and there, but clearly more pace to come. Mantis Rekas is improving. He's coming across the line now. 46.1 to come through. That's an improvement by 0.3 of a second, but he is still a 0.4 shy of what Chris Gonzalez has been able to do, and Chris Gonzalez currently sitting in P4 for the Fair Racing team.
Yeah, Nick Newcomb's going to be very, very happy about that one as well. I should imagine now we've got the top 5 in LMP2, all separated by 1 second. We were starting to mention at the start of the broadcast that Varga were running away with this one a little bit. Well, it's starting to change. They're getting a little bit pegged back, I guess. And when you get these kind of cars, it's a spec class, of course. There's no BOP or anything. It's not needed. There's only one car. So when you start to find these little pieces of time, slowly it filters and the word spreads about these little tricks that you can find with these cars, and the setups generally get quite similar because everybody knows what's fast, everybody knows what's slow, everybody gets used to driving the car, and so you reach a limit at some point. And Varga Sim Racing has just seemingly had no limit for the last few weeks. So finally they're still right on top, but they're not quite accelerating away from the field at the rate they were before. It remains to be seen whether they've got a little bit more pace in that car, whether they hold something back, but goodness sake, getting pegged back ever so slightly now. We wouldn't have seen anything like this at Silverstone or indeed in Indianapolis back in January. You know, for having 5 LMP2s within a second was unheard of back then, but now it's become a bit of a normality at the end of this session, and we'll see if it's just a one-off or it repeats itself maybe in Q2 later.
I just saw Sebastian Hove improve in the opening sector, unable to improve in the middle sector, and he's currently 900 shy of Thomas Breinagor in the GTE class, and Adam Serege in the GT3 class at just 1/10 ahead. However, I am still surprised that there is one car we haven't seen go out, and that's the Pinsim drillers in the LMP2 class. Now, remember back to Silverstone, the Pinsim drillers in the LMP2 and the hypercar class had to start from the back of the grid because they didn't actually set a lap, or they weren't in the server come the end of qualifying. Now, James Zuber is in the pits for the Pinsim drillers number 10 hypercar team, but the Pinsim car, or the Pinsim Drillers esports car in the LMP2 class is not present.
Not for the moment. No, that's a little bit surprising to me, I have to say, that they're not using their LMP2 car. Maybe they'll be back for the end, but they're not even in the server at the moment, so I don't really know what's happening with those guys for the moment, but hopefully we see them towards the end here. We're still up to 20 minutes, let's not forget, so it's good stuff at the moment. There's a lot of teams out there trying to go as quickly as they possibly can. That's the idea, of course. Sebastian Hove does actually improve very, very slightly, and he gets now within 3 tenths of 5, no, not 3 tenths. It's not 300 either, it's 500. My maths was wrong. Okay. But it's slightly closer than it was before. He's improved by 400ths of a second, and that's edged him half as close to Adam Surridge as he was before. That's how close it is. Ludovic Darqui, by the way, has got into the One Movie sports car. So it was Thibaut Malbron a little bit earlier on, and now it looks like that's DASSR Lab going ever so slightly quicker. So they've managed to join the rest of the GTE field. They're in 6th place in their class now, and starting to improve, starting to get onto the back of those guys and putting in a good performance now. It was looking worrying for them earlier on, but they're starting to find their feet.
58.4 coming through from DIS. They're now just 700 shy of Pauli Ahonen in the 66 of Volante racing car, Giussano Valeriano. Then a further 2 tenths up the field. At the moment, nobody really improving. I was just sitting on board with Martin Svanholm in the 188, that is the Telefoningen car. He was able to improve, putting in a 2:01, but he's still 1.3 seconds off the pace, or 3 seconds off the next car ahead, which is actually a GTE class, and Ryan Nash in the 128 satellite racing car.
Yeah, absolutely. So Satellite Racing not having the best day either, really, for the moment. They've been struggling so far this season. I believe Ranash might have been one of the drivers for the hypercar. I don't know if they're still doing that effort or not, but I don't think so at this point. They did attend to Indianapolis, but other than that, they haven't been here, I'm afraid. But yeah, down there struggling ever so slightly, just trying to look up and down, see who's improving out there at the moment, see if anybody is able to really go any faster. Seeing those lap times for Sebastian Hove and DSSR Lab are still the only ones really to have improved. And I'm slightly surprised to see that in LMP2 we're not seeing any faster lap times. You know, we've got Norbert Jakob out there, David Clark, so these are fast drivers, but it seems that they're not quite able to improve for now.
Not improving at the moment, and we'll see if things change over the next few minutes or so, as I think Marcel Chinchik has just gone back out on a track, and actually on his outlap, according to my timing, he went purple in the middle sector. So Marcel Chinchik is currently weaving on the back straight, on the Ullman straight, and getting ready to start a new hot lap.
Yeah, we'll see if it's going to be any quicker than his last, and if he does go any quicker, then I think he'll just about put it out of reach for everybody else, really. There's still a 5/10 gap, really, to Diak Kagsis, who are behind, and that's not insignificant, can't be underestimated, of course. So it's still going to be very difficult for Norbert Jakob to get anywhere near Marcel Chinchik, but an improvement from Chinchik would really just kind of put that out of reach and put that one to bed ever so slightly. But the positions behind that are completely unresolved, because there's less than a tenth of a second between Koloksai and Jakob, but they're both out there at the moment trying to set better lap times. There's been a lot of lap times set, by the way. Norbert Jakob apparently has done 50 laps in this session, which I find almost hard to believe, because that's almost constant driving without going to pit lane and out laps, whatever. But that's an awful lot of laps. He's tried very, very hard in this session to get anywhere near Marcel Chinchik, but just struggling to find those extra last few tenths to get on the same level as the Varga Sim Racing car.
Now, Pauli Ahonen has gone green in sector 1, however his sector 2 time was not an improvement. There's still a fast middle sector, 31.7. I saw him getting slightly sideways through Le Mans, although he was able to quickly catch it without losing too much time, and he makes his way into Sunset Bend. Now, will he be able to improve on his current best of a 58.365? Let's see as he comes across the line. I'm waiting for the timing tower to update, and I think my timings are a little bit behind at the moment.
He did improve. He did slightly, I think. Very, very
by
slight.
A lot.
Was it by a lot? Oh, sorry, yeah, you're right. He's into 4th place, ahead of Giordano Valeriano, and that's a very good lap time, actually. You're right. So he has improved indeed on position and on time. A great effort from Pauli Ahonen. So he won't be displaying these, please, but he will be. He's up to 4th place now in GT. That's a good effort. He's going to have trouble staying there. He's going to need to continue to improve if he wants to stay there. But no, fantastic effort from him there.
Great stuff from Pauli Ahonen. B32 are currently out on a lap. Let's see if they can improve on their current best of a 48.4. Oh no, they lose a back end on the exit of the final corner, right at the final hurdle. They will invalidate and make their lap ineffective and redundant at the very least. Now we have 16 minutes remaining of qualifying, so still time for drivers to improve and still time for a certain driver. It's our overall championship leaders. The hypercars are out on circuit, and it is James Huber at the wheel of the McLaren Senna, and the only McLaren Senna that has been out on track all day long.
Yeah, it's taken them a while to dust it off and bring it out, but here it is, and I presume that's going to be pole position for them at this point. If if things continue on the way they are, hopefully we do see their LMP2 at some point. Hopefully, at least for the race, we'd like to see them. Now, I think we're going to get about 30 cars for the Sebring 12 Hour, which is a very good entry once again. Very pleased to see everybody back on the grid. But coming over the line now, David Greco, Yorni San Andres was a few months ago, invalidated lap to actually went in the pit lane, and then David Greco, I believe, has done a 59.5, which is not quite as quick as he was hoping for, but I believe he's going to be going again. He's actually got Wojtek Polesny right in front of him on the circuit, so the two of the GTE cars who are battling for the actual pole position here are nose to tail. Well, not quite nose to tail, but they are in the sights of one another at the moment, and that's got, I don't really know what effect that has really. It might even be distracting at some point when you trying to concentrate on the qualifying lap, but you can certainly see him through the windscreen at the moment.
Let's see what James Huber can pull out. He's making his way into the final corner. He's gone purple, as you would expect, being the only car or the only driver to have set any sector times in qualifying. Across the line, what will it be from James Huber? Is it enough to jump ahead of Marcel Cinczek? And he crosses the line.
No, it's not for the moment.
No,
not according to my time. It's not 6 thousandths behind Koloksai, which is only 4th place, apparently. Vargasim Racing, by the way, have gone a little bit quicker. The first man into the 44s, is Marcel Cinczek in the Vargasim Racing 117. That is now 6 tenths ahead of Norbert Jakob, who's got his work cut out now to try and get pole position. But David Zuber just getting himself warmed up a little bit, might have even had some traffic on that lap, but I'd expect him to be able to get ahead of the LMP2. If not, it's going to be quite shocking, because I think the hypercars, I know it's quite close, the performance, and certain sections of certain tracks favour the LMP2, but surely over a whole lap at pretty much any circuit, you'd expect to see the hypercar come out on top.
Yeah, precisely so. Although we have been seeing Marcel Cinczek at the very least being closer to the pace of the hypercars, and we haven't been surprised over the course of races at Indianapolis and Silverstone, where Marcel Cinczek on certain laps in the races actually lapping quicker than the hypercars and closing them down. So I wouldn't be surprised if James Huber is unable to top Marcel Cinczek, but there is a 6/10 gap between Marcel Cinczek and Norbert Jakob, who is currently second in the LMP2 class, and that's where I'm expecting James Huber to be able to feed his hypercar into. Now, David Kolaksai is on a lap, and he's just completed his lap. He went green in sector 1 and actually was able to improve, putting in a 45.3 and jumping ahead of Norbert Jakob in his 22 car.
Yeah, that's a good effort there from the Hungarian driver, and good to see Mugen Sim Racing doing very well in both LMP2 and GT3. We know that their GT3 team is very, very quick indeed. Managed to get pole position at Indianapolis and 2 podium placings so far, but the Mugen Sim Racing LMP2 car has not been quite as strong. 2 top 5s for them so far, but not a podium just for the moment. I think this weekend could be the time for those guys to jump up the order. David Kolaksai is very, very, very quick. We all know that as an all-Hungarian team, and he's got some good drivers to accompany him as well. Gabriel Hevesi was in there earlier on, and he was putting in some decent lap times. Kolaksai's a little bit quicker, but yeah, Hevesi and Zoltan Boda we've seen before, Christopher Kianak we've also seen, very, very quick drivers. So yeah, expect to see that car qualify well and then stay there throughout the race as well. Hopefully for those guys it's going to be a podium.
They will be hoping to pull through a podium. David Kolaksai showing strong for Mugen Sim Racing. They got that P4 back in Indianapolis, and they'll be hoping to go 1 if not 2 positions better. Mantis Rekas in the 15 car, not doing, I mean, he's doing a decent job. He's currently sitting in P5 in the LMP2 class, but we saw the 15 of Deuces Motorsport finishing in the top 3 last time out, and they're going to be wanting, you know, Nick said in the interview yesterday they were expecting to go for P2 tonight, and at the moment they are a fair bit off, at least currently with 10 minutes remaining in qualifying.
Yeah, there's still time to change that, of course. We've got a couple more lap times coming in that were a little bit quicker than what we've seen in the past from some of these guys. A couple of the guys in LMP2 getting close to their lap time from before, but not quite onto it. So TASSR Lab, the number 45, continually improving here. Now the whole field in GTE is separated by 1.2 seconds. Well, not the whole field, but the top 6 are separated by 1.2 seconds. And that's a considerable amount closer than it was a little bit earlier on. So good job from those guys. And Mathieu Decroix is trying to get near them, but well, he's quite near them actually. He's just got 2 cars separating himself and the rest of the field. ID Simsport are not very far behind that either. So we've got the top 8 cars in GTE separated by 1.5 seconds. Chivan Balau is driving the 67 Volante car, and that's struggling a little bit, it has to be said, but so is Satellite Racing, I'm afraid. But other than that, very, very close in GTE. A lot of cars performing very, very well indeed, but you feel like there's some other twist in the tail to come in GTE. It doesn't seem like one of those sessions where it's going to stay that way for its entirety. I feel like there's one more improvement coming from somebody.
Yeah, well, we're bound to see another improvement coming through. Kim Pedersen has just improved. He's put in a 47.9. Hasn't really changed anything. Mantis Rekas is improving as well. He's gone green in the middle sector. His current best, a 46.1. Needs to be able to find 3.5 tenths to be able to jump ahead of Chris Gonzalez, as James Zuber is back on out in the hypercar, and he's improved in his opening sector. But for now, let's keep an eye on Mantis Rekas and see what he can pull out. Never mind, Mantis Rekas will dive on into the pits.
It's typical that really to see that, but I've spotted World of Sim Racing at the moment going through Le Mans. They look like they're going fairly quickly. I couldn't tell you if they actually are improving on their sectors for the moment, but they are in second in GTE. Oh, big push through Le Mans. They're going to get a big slipstream as well from that McLaren Mugen Sim Racing being quite nice to them actually. So is that LMP2 giving them a little bit of slipstream as well, heading towards, oh sorry, it's actually just weaving a little bit, going to want to get out of the way. I don't think they're going to bother Jordi San Andres too much. He's actually only been the only driver in that car so far this session. We'll see if he can improve on this one then as he comes over the line. Is it going to be any better? It looks like an invalidated one, I'm afraid, from this, so it's going to have to be next time he's going to try and improve at this stage.
James Hubers improved for the number 10 Pinsum Drillers, put in a 44.48, which puts him to the top of the timing sheet, not just for the hypercar, but for the entire field. Fabio Liuzzi and Pauli Ahonen setting their new quickest times of 57.8 for both parties. And they're currently 2/10 down of David Greco, who's currently P3 in the GTE class.
Oh yeah, it is a bit of a party in GTE, isn't it, at the moment? It's very, very close between the top 5-7 separating them. So at the moment, Wojtek Polesny can't seem to improve, neither can Yuri San Andres, actually. Polesny was slow on that particular lap, setting himself up for this one. And I'm watching Yuri San Andres once again heading through the Cunningham corner. And I believe he's had a pretty free run of this, but this is the problem when we get down towards the end of the session. Everybody wants to take advantage of the track conditions, everyone wants to be out there, and so that means everybody gets a bit of traffic, and so sometimes it means that the end of the session is kind of neutralised because nobody can go any quicker than the lap times they set in clean air. Even though the new conditions are faster, they've just got traffic to contend with, and you can almost never recover that kind of time in a qualifying session.
Marcel Chinchek just went purple in the opening sector. He made a mistake in the middle sector, so he had to back on out. David Kolaksai is improving at the moment, and maybe he could pip Marcel Chinchek for the top spot in LMP2, but he's going to need to find a huge chunk of time, and actually he closes in on the WOSR Eisen performance car through Sunset Corner, and as a result he has to back on out of his lap and dive on into the pits.
Oh, that's a bit of a traffic jam going on down there into the pit lane. With the World of Sim Racing car, they meet in the sandwich a little bit, but still enough time to get out there again. Just under 6 minutes now. Wojtek Polesny is coming through Sunset Bend, and we'll see if he can maybe even get a 56 out of this one. That would be quite an astonishing lap time from a GTE car. We'll see if he can manage it. It's a 57.6, 5 tenths down on where he was. It would have still given him a third place in this session, so it's still a good lap time, but not as good as he's done before. And so it's looking like for the moment the first qualifying session is going to go to juices, but 5 minutes for somebody to try and change it. Yuri San Andres heads out onto the track for one more attempt at this, so anybody leaving the pit lane now might even get a couple of attempts if they are quick enough.
Now, Kai Lukagor is improving. He's gone green sector 1 and 2. ProSim had improved, put in a 46.724, and Lukagor will put in a 47 dead. So that'll move him up ahead of Felipe Barreto and Kim Pedersen. We're also seeing David Greco out on a new PB, at least in sector 1. Sector 2, he's been unable to improve. Same for Matteo De Croo further down in the GTE class. Improvements in sector 1, but not in 2. And let's see as David Greco comes across the line whether this will be an improvement on his 157.6, and it's a 157.3. That's a big improvement for David Greco, and it puts him up to P2 in the GTE class.
Yeah, it's very, very close between them, as I've mentioned about a million times now, but it really is very, very interesting. There's been a lot of driver changing going on, by the way, in the 54. I've seen all three of their well, not all three, sorry. I've seen 2 of the 3 of their drivers, Fabio Liuzzi and Giordano Valeriano, can't seem to decide who's fastest. And I think I agree with them, really. They're both quite quick, and it's struggling to find actually who's better off in the end of this session. But Fabio Liuzzi is the man they've decided on. I'm just coming over the line right now for an invalidated lap time, I'm afraid, but they're going to try again right now. Yeah, there's a lot of chopping and changing going on in the 54, and in the class as a whole, more improvements from Mathieu de Crop and the IG Simsport 166, so they've made it to the back of the GTE field, just ahead of the GT3s now, which has not actually been that entertaining for the last few minutes. There's not been much improvement going on in GT3. It's all really going on in GTE, and a little bit at the front of the field as well, with another improvement from Norbert Jakob, although he hasn't quite been able to get near David Koloksai, who's still leading. Oh, sorry, he's still in second.
And we've just seen Adam Serrej. He's just put in a new purple lap, and Adam Serrej jumps to the top of the GT3 class with a 58.3. Mathieu De Croo and Marcus Steyer had just been able to get clear of the GT3 drivers, but no, Adam Serrej puts them in their place. A fantastic lap from the 41 Mugen Sim Racing car. We've also been seeing I believe it was Pauli Ahonen in improving on his lap, but made a mistake in the final sector, and 2 green previous sectors down the drain. So the time's still tumbling here at Sebring.
Wojtek Polesny is now in the pit lane, and he is done for the session because we've got less than 2 minutes to go now. David Greco is still out there. I believe he might be coming up towards the line right now, unless he's backed off and he's happy with P2. Well, he's not going to be particularly happy with P2, but that might be the best he can actually get through this one. And he is indeed coming into the pit lane. Jordi San Andres is still going at speed though, and maybe he can do something in the final minutes.
And we've just seen Mantis Reckless improve by 2/10. He's put in a 45.9. Not enough to jump up at the order. And he's now 2/10 shy of Chris Gonzalez, as a 43.6 coming in for James Huber. Of course, nobody to challenge him in the hypercar field. Alexander Zakharov, this is a man that I do want to keep an eye out on, because the 717 is a quicker team. Remember, Unison Racing won the opening round back at Indianapolis, and currently they're languishing fairly far down the GT3 field. Well, I say fairly far down. They're down in P4, and Alexander Zakharov has gone green in sectors 1 and 2. He's currently half a second down on Sebastian Hove. Can he at the very least chip away at that deficit?
Yeah, it's going to be tricky for him to do so, but you never know, I suppose. Jordi San Andres is coming over the line right now, by the way. Is this going to be an improvement right at the end to put him up the order? No, it isn't. Invalidated lap time. What can Alexander Zakharov do then? He's coming out of the final corner. Maybe he can do something.
16 seconds left in qualifying then, Ewan. This is going to be a 58.8 is not enough. He's 2/10 down. Does he have enough fuel to go for one more lap, as he has crossed the time just in time? Look at the rear end through turn 1. Really wanting to step out, but Alexander Zakharov keeps it under control.
Is very, very capable, of course, but we've heard about that oversteer in the past for the Aston Martin. It can be really, really tricky to deal with. He did improve on that last lap time, as you say, but he's still half a second away from Adam Surratt, and he's done a very good job to haul that car up the order from where it's supposed to be. It's half a second quicker than the Glam Racing car. You could argue that they are maybe, or Zakharov is a little bit faster maybe than Callum Wilson, who's in that other car, but still it's a very, very good effort from Zakharov to pull the car up. If he can get another couple of attempts, then he'll get ahead of Sebastian Hope, but there's still another session to go. And if he can obviously put in a good performance in Q2, then he's going to bring his average lap time down a little bit, and maybe that will help him out in the standings. But it's P4 for the moment.
Kim Pedersen, the only other driver on a lap that is improving, and he crosses the line and is not able to improve. Oh, he does improve, pardon me. And actually, I think he jumped. No, he didn't jump ahead. He closed into Felipe Barreto in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car, but unable to gain any further position. So I believe that is the end of the session. DISSR are pushing. They've got one final lap. They're currently 2/10 down on Fabio Liuzzi, but they have gone green in the middle sector, Ewan.
Yeah, we've got still a couple more lap times to come in here. Water Sim Racing and DAS seem to be pushing at least, or at least going fairly quickly for the moment. So we'll see if either of these lap times do indeed come to an improvement. But you never really know. It looks like over the line for DS, and they did improve into the 47s. Sorry, the 57 for the 47 would be very impressive, but it's a 57.9, and that is an impressive lap time for those guys. I believe they stay ahead of Adam Surratt just about in terms of the overall standings, but they don't get ahead of any of the other GTE cars. Jordi San Andres came into the pit lane at the end of that one, and one movies, but seem to be going a little bit quickly at the moment. It's hard to know if these guys are on in laps or not, really, because the time has run out, and I don't know who's coming back around to go into the pit lane. It seems that ProSim are doing exactly that at the moment, but we'll just keep an eye out for Ludovic Darquis, see if he can go any quicker here, even if he is on a lap or not. I'm not entirely sure, but with over 2 minutes since he's into the pit lane. So there you go. It looks like the end of the session then, with LMP2, sorry, let's go hypercar first. James Zuber topping the session with a 43.6. He eventually got his running shoes on, and he went for it. Marcel Chinzik, second place overall, first in LMP2 to top that session for those guys. Juices Motorsport Club in GTE, and a great lap time from Adam Surratt takes GT3 in the end of that one. And so yeah, that's Q1. looking forward to Q2 in a moment's time. Well, in about half an hour's time. We've got a bit of a break going on first, though.
Yeah, we're going to be jumping on into a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be bringing through all of our reactions from the first session of qualifying before jumping on into the second session of qualifying shortly. Stay tuned for more.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship. We're at round 3, Sebring, and qualifying 1 has come to a conclusion. And with qualifying 1 coming to a conclusion, we have the pole sitters from Q1 at the very least joining us from Deuces Motorsport Club in the GTE field. João Barbosa, things look to be getting quite tenser towards the end between yourselves and Musto. And
I need to give him the talk to Grant. You can talk. Sorry about that.
hello.
Hello, guys. Yes, we were expecting that, obviously, because they are very fast teams in the GTE class. The field is pretty strong. So we actually have some fight between the Monster Car and the World Sim Racing. Also, the Jordi did some fast laps. So Roger thinks that there are still some improve to do in our time. So we are expecting to be also strong in Q2. So we are trying to bring the pole position to the other side, but we know there are some strong drivers and teams wanting that also.
Now, sadly for Deuces, you haven't been able to finish in the top 10 in either of, Indianapolis or Silverstone, but you're showing some really solid performance so far. What are the chances? Could we be seeing our third different winner of the season in the GTE class?
Well, in the Silverstone, we didn't put our GT here on the track, so we didn't have the drivers to do that. In Indy, the scenario was very different because we did have the pace. We were leading the race, but then we had some problems there that put us on the last positions. We maintained the car to the end because that's how Deuces does. We never give up. Obviously it's pretty hard to think on points, but surely we're gonna enter in the track tomorrow to want to win the race. That's our goal for the GTE car. Obviously we need a non-race to get that, but we will do everything to get the win.
You mentioned that you had issues that affected you in Indianapolis. How does that affect the team mentality and the team approach to the race here for round 3 at Sebring? Is it, are you still going to push and give it everything, or is there going to be more of an element of caution just to make sure you don't get impacted by, the hypercar or the LMP2 lapping you, or maybe just getting involved in incident or maintaining, the car condition?
Well, I will say that the problems that we have and missing Silverstone obviously put us on the difficult position in the standings of the championship. But putting the GT car on here on Sebring, we put in to win. I mean, independently that what happens in the other races, we are here to win. So we have a strong lineup. And if you know Vodja, no one can say Vodja go race and don't think to win. I mean, he is a race winner, so we are here to win. We know that there are fast teams, fast drivers. Musto has a great lineup. World of Sim Racers also. The Volunteer guys are also pretty fast. So we are here to win. So that's all. No doubts about that.
Well, Deuces Motorsport Club and Wojtek Pilesny were able to secure that pole back in Indianapolis, and you look to be well on your way to doing that again here at Sebring. So best of luck to you and the rest of the team in the second session of qualifying and for the race tomorrow.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Excellent to hear from João Barbosa, one of the drivers for the 74 Deuces Motorsport team, who were able to top the timing sheet in the GTE class. The top of the LMP2 class was Marcel Cinchik in the 117 Varga sim racing car. Top of the hypercar class was the number 10 Pinsim Drillers Esports, which was piloted by James Zuber. And the top of the GT3 class was Adam Serej in the 41 Mugen sim racing, as Mugen look to secure their second pole of the season. And Ewan, it does look like we might be seeing a 2 from 2 then from Deuces. Do you think that Musto or indeed the 51 of WOSR could potentially clinch that away from them?
Well, I think it's going to be tricky for them, not least because it's going to be tricky to beat Wojtek Pilesny, who seems to be very, very quick, especially in qualifying. Nick said that that's exactly what happened in Indianapolis. He managed to take the pole pretty much on his own. It was his lap that took it, and we're seeing a similar situation once again. But you might think, well, it's only one position. Musto can claw that back. However, the thing I've got about it is it's over 2 tenths for Musto. I've written the times. That's what I was doing a moment ago, trying to write down the times so we can try and figure out the average lap times and so on a little bit later on in the session. Deuces Motorsport Club did a 57.1, and Musto DD Esports did a 57.3, which means that Musto are going to have to beat Deuces by more than 2 tenths in this session. So they might be able to do better than Deuces in this session. I think that is possible. It changes so quickly in GTE that it's almost hard to keep up with, and you never know who's going to top the next session. However, they need to beat them by so much that it's going to be very, very difficult for them. They're certainly going to try, but it's a tall order, I would say.
I think the scariest thing is that João Barbosa said that Voita Pelesny thinks that there's another few tenths in his lap time. So that's very scary to me, and I'm interested to see whether they will be able to find that extra time, because we saw it in the first session of qualifying. Everything was nice and calm, and literally once we got into that final half an hour, drivers started going onto the circuit and started really pumping in some quick times.
Yeah, absolutely. It was very exciting towards the end. I did thoroughly enjoy that session. Actually, it was very enjoyable indeed. And so it's good to have such competitive racing in all three of the. Well, I say all three. Four of the there are four classes, but three of the four were just completely on towards the end, and we're going to be doing a lot of maths throughout the exit of, or the end of Q2, because that's what it's all about, really. In case you are wondering and don't know, it's about an average from the two sessions. So it's not about positioning or the best lap time across the 4 hours that make up the two sessions. It's just the average. So you need to do both sessions. You need to set a lap time in both of them to make sure that you can get an average. Or I believe, I can't remember, is it you're given like a 3-minute penalty, or you're given a 3-minute lap time, 4-minute lap time, or something like that. So you're given you're given a big lap time. So it means that you're almost certainly going to be further down towards the back. It's a very interesting format. I do like it, and it produces some very interesting ends to the qualifying session. Just a word, by the way, to any driver listening at the moment, you can pop yourself in the green room. We'll have a bit of a chat while we're on the break at the moment. 15 minutes to go until the start of Q2, which will cover the whole 2 hours of here, of course, on GTR 24. I'm looking forward to it very much. But if you would like an interview, pop yourself in the green room. We'd love to have a bit of a chat with some of these guys.
We can have a nice chat. We can have a bit of banter as well. Who knows what could come. We have a 20-minute practice session before we jump on into our final qualifying session of the night. Just a reminder to everyone, the race tomorrow will be starting at 11 a.m. GMT. That's at midday for all of you European folk, or I should say Central European folk. If you're over in the far reaches of Scandinavia, I believe that would then be 1 p.m. Who knows? Yes. I'm sure you can use time conversions. But it's going to be night. We can see already that the car's out in practice. It is night time, so I wonder if this is going to cause the times to drop, or maybe it'll be a little bit slower out there with the cooler temps. I personally think the times will drop ever so slightly.
Yeah, it's on a purely human level, it's more difficult to see where you're going when it's dark like this, and it's not especially well lit. Sebring, I have to say, it's not one of the worst circuits in the world in terms of lighting, getting yourself seeing where you're going. Obviously, you've got headlights, but it can be tricky in that it's hard to see from time to time. You might need to turn the brightness up on your monitor ever so slightly to see where you're going a little bit better. But yeah, it may see that kind of drop in lap time, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. Track conditions get a little bit more favourable, air temperature gets a little bit more favourable, particularly for those turbo cars, which really do gulp in the air at night, and you do tend to see in real life the cars with turbos really lag back a little bit as the race starts, and then they start winning throughout the night, and then slowly fall back again through the daytime again. Sometimes that can happen, but I don't think it's going to play too much of a factor. We'll compare lap times, of course, but it's certainly just going to change things a little bit, and I'm glad we haven't got two 2-hour sessions that are completely the same conditions and everything. I'm glad one's in the day and one's in the night. It does shake things up a little bit for us.
Yeah, and it also gives teams a chance to prepare for the different conditions or the different daylight amounts that they will be experiencing come the race on Saturday. And we'll have to see how drivers can perform, because sometimes, you do get drivers that, they might be slower in the day but quicker in the night. It doesn't happen often, but sometimes you do get that where certain drivers will just have a preference towards nighttime racing, or less of a lack of preference, let's say. Or why don't I just say less of a preference towards daylight racing?
Yes, I see what you're getting at. Don't worry about it. But it just changes things up a little bit, really. And so we'll see. As I mentioned, we'll be getting the averages in here to try and figure out what's going on. I've written down the main. I didn't want to write down all 30 cars' lap times, but I have written down the main players in all of the particular classes, so that we can get a bit of an idea about what the averages are going to be. But it's going to take a little bit of time to figure out this one, and hopefully we can do so as we go through the session. But hoping for another good session here, another 2 hours coming up in about 10 minutes time, it should be interesting indeed. As we mentioned a little bit earlier though, qualifying is not the be-all and end-all of having a good Sebring 12 hours. It's good to have that confidence boost of getting on pole for this particular race, but if you get second, by a few hundredths, it's not going to kill you. It means we're going to have a fantastic race for us commentators and for us spectators, but it's not going to be completely soul-destroying, and it's not the Monaco Grand Prix. You can overtake. There is time. Even if you start at the back, you can recover and win the race. So we saw that with Drillers Esports actually last time out with their hypercar effort. They were way down after qualifying. They did something wrong in the procedure. They came through the field and ended up winning the race. Indianapolis, they had problems, came back to win. So you can recover from these kind of crashes and these kind of issues at a 12-hour race.
Yeah, speaking of Pinsim Drillers and that number 10 car, Omicron and Satellite Racing don't seem to be present, so they might just have effectively a free win, which would mean that they're going to be upping their gap at the top of the standings to, about 45 points roughly, and they're going to be in a commanding position, and maybe even with the possibility of claiming the championship before that final round in Le Mans.
Yeah, and I've got a bit of a question about that, by the way, whether it's just Le Mans that's double points, or is it Spa as well? Because they're both 24-hour races, but is it the Le Mans part that's double points, or is it the 24-hour part?
I believe it's just Le Mans, because that is the LAN event. I'm sure our producer will tell me if I'm right or wrong. He's being unusually silent right now, is what I would say. He's probably gone off to eat another pizza.
Well, maybe. We did see, though, that it's definitely double points for Le Mans, but I don't know if it's double points for Spa as well. That's the only thing I've really got with it. And I actually got a little bit confused, because with different series and different endurance series, it's different for each particular race, or different championship, sorry. But it can be... I thought it was, it's only Le Mans. John's just confirmed it to me.
I was actually about to say, I just received word that it's actually double points for every single round except for Le Mans, which is quadruple points.
Wow, no, it's double points for just double points for all that. I actually got confused. I thought it was only 1.5 times points the other day when I was thinking about that. So it's all changed really, but it's only Le Mans where there's double points, and hopefully we'll have the LAN event to go to. We spoke about that a little bit with Peter last night in the practice session. He told us about the plan. Obviously it can change, but still 7.5 months down the line, or maybe nearly 8 months down the line, so a lot can change, and we hope we do get the LAN event to finish off. But either way, it's going to be a good race at Le Mans 24 hours double points. Thoroughly enjoyed the 2020 edition, and there's no reason to suggest that the 2021 race isn't going to be as good.
Yeah, and we also have a long break as well after this round. I believe we have a break until June the 24th, which will be the next round of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship, round 4 at the Nürburgring. I do believe there might be a certain special event potentially coming before then, but we'll have to wait and see for that. As well as, our old bread and butter you in the sprint series over on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Hopefully that will be making its return. It was supposed to start earlier on this year, but sadly there were some issues which has meant that the start, or the official start of the season, has had to be delayed.
Yeah, it has, unfortunately, but that's where we first commentate, and then you can done the endurance ones as well. But I did enjoy the sprint series. I hope it does return for another season. It was enjoyable first time around, and it should be enjoyable second time. We're hoping to get a second season. I believe it's still the plan to get a second season going at some point along the line, There was talk of a ACC special event as well going on around as well. Maybe that will happen in the future as well, but we can't confirm anything for the moment. It's a surprisingly long break in the EEWC this season. We are working on a sprint series event, by the way. We've had that confirmed, but it's an unusually long break, really. I was mentioning last night how by this point last year we hadn't done any racing in the EWC whatsoever, and we will have done 36 hours before we even managed 12 last year. But we've got an unusually long break, really. It's nearly 3 months between this race and this race and the next. And I'm not sure how this is going to affect people, really, but it just gives people a bit of a chance to regret. It kind of feels like there's two halves to the season. The early part in the kind of early winter and late winter, early springtime, and then you've got the kind of summer to autumn kind of events a little bit later on. It's something that I've not really ever seen before in a championship, but it's quite an interesting dynamic that they've got with the almost 3 month break between the two races.
Yeah, it's a big gap. It'll give teams a chance to kind of rest themselves, get ready for the final half of the season, and we'll see whether anyone comes back with maybe some rust in the works, maybe some kinks in their armour, as they'll have to kind of get used to the procedures of the Endurance Racing World Championship. Either way, it should. I know I'm at the very least looking forward to a nice break, a couple of months away, and when we're back we'll be fresh and ready to go for the final half of the season. But for now, we are right in the midst of our third round at Sebring. We've had our practice session, we've had qualifying 1, and we're only 10 minutes away, or I should say 5 minutes away from qualifying 2.
We are at the moment, and in this practice session at the moment we've just got a little bit of some of these guys just doing some laps, getting accustomed to the nighttime driving. Something very interesting has happened with the Diak Hackers cars. So Roland Zooks has got into that one now. Norbert Jakob was driving pretty much the whole of the 2 hours last time. He did the most laps of anybody, I believe. But now it's Roland Zooks. I wonder if Norbert Jakob has practiced his qualifying in the daytime and Roland Zooks is focused on nighttime qualifying, or whether that's just a bit of a coincidence or not, I don't know, but it'd be very interesting to see if they have gone for that kind of abnormal strategy.
Yeah, it could very well be the case. It wouldn't be something that would be overly surprising. We highlighted it somewhat. We discussed the possibility of whether there'd be one driver who would be kind of the nighttime specialist and one that would be the AM specialist. As I've just received word from John telling me that the race tomorrow starts at 12 p.m. CET, not 1 p.m. I don't think I said 1 p.m. I didn't say 1 p.m. CET.
You said 1 p.m. like if very East Scandinavia, but I don't know. Not many people live there, so it's
wow.
It's,
Oshin, if
it's
you're
fine.
listening, can you join in, please, and have a word with.
Well, Oshin does live there, yeah, that's true. But it certainly helps it throughout the night time, because when it's 5 a.m. for us, it's 7 a.m. for him, and he's kind of, well, he's always kind of picked up and raring to go. To be honest, he's always very good like that throughout the night. But especially so when the sunrise isn't, it's middle of the night still over here in the UK. But anyway, that's not going to, we're not going to worry about that for the moment, because that's to worry about in the 24-hour races. We haven't got one of those for the moment. We've got a 12-hour. Receiving word, by the way, in the YouTube chat from Alexander Zakirov that after, I'm presuming, he says after the last change, I'm presuming he means the BOP change that was made by Studio 397. You were talking about this in the introduction. The Aston Martin doesn't want to go anywhere. The car seems tired, which is a figure of speech. It's not actually, but not enjoying the car quite as much as he once was. And the Aston Martin's not being as strong. It's certainly showing. Unison Racing half a second down on Mugen. Glam Rating 1 second down. Aston Martin seemingly struggling.
Yeah, Aston Martin are struggling at the moment. Remember, they had that BOP change coming through. We were wondering how much of a nerf it would be, and seemingly it's had quite a lot of impact. And this is one of the things that teams, I mean, they could try to consider, but it's practically impossible at the start of the season when they have to, lock in what car they want for the entirety of the season. They could think, Aston is the fastest car out on circuit at the moment. We're going to lock that in. But then, a couple of months down the line, it gets a BOP change, and now it could be one of the weakest cars, and that's a car that they'd have to drive with until the end of the season. And that's what having a fixed car means. You have to consider all the possibilities, and sometimes a bit of luck is needed.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's also a case of whether maybe the Aston Martin is just not that strong at Sebring. Maybe it's just not a particular track that it likes. And that's the kind of things that fluctuate throughout a season. And we'll talk a little bit more about that on the other side of this break. But we're coming up to qualifying 2 now. We've had a bit of a half an hour break. We've spoken to João Barbosa. It's good to hear from the drivers. Hopefully getting a couple more in through the rest of the session. Pop yourself in the green room if you are a driver and you do want an interview. But we're going to take a commercial break now, and when we return, qualifying 2 will commence. Don't go anywhere.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump on in to the second qualifying session here at Sebring for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship. And hello to all of our viewers watching from the likes of Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, and of course those tuning in via the GTR radio station, and of course those listening in through Roku or Amazon Fire TV. We wish you all a very, very warm welcome. Qualifying 1 has come to an end, and it was a thrilling battle. It was nice, and we had a nice and low talk until the final half an hour, which is when times really started to tumble. And we saw in the hypercar class, it was Pinsim Drillers who were able to take the top spot. In the LMP2 class, it was Vargas Sim Racing securing their third, they are looking to secure their third pole of the season, but they did top the timing sheets in Q1. In the GTE class, it was the Deuces Motorsport Club, the number 74 of Wojtek Polesny topping the timing sheets. And in the GT3 class, it was Mugen Sim Racing in the 41, just a small amount ahead of Unison Racing and One Move Esports. And with that said, I am Yusuf bin Sahel, and joining alongside me as per in qualifying one is Ewan O'Leary.
Yeah, welcome back everybody, and good to be back. A good end to that session, it has to be said, in Q1. We were talking about it in the break a little bit, but thoroughly enjoyed it. And now to the interesting part of Q2. It always gets a little bit rowdy at the start, doesn't it? It always really gets very busy at the start of these sessions, so I expect to see a lot of action in the next few moments. It's going to die off in the middle, and then it's going to get very interesting in the final half an hour, as you've just seen. So I'm really looking forward to this one again. As I said before, we're going to be doing a lot of maths, but it should be a good one now to see who's going to be out there. We've still got actually more cars than we had before, so it seems that a couple of teams have actually decided to join us, or we've got a couple of duplicates for the moment, and obviously they will disappear because you're not allowed to have more than one driver on the server at once in qualifying. But it looks like we have gained a couple of cars up and down the order, maybe, although we lost the hypercar for the moment. They'll probably return towards the end, but either way, expect to see a good fight with this one. Our first couple of times coming in, Diak Hackers topping for the moment with a 47.4. Now that's nearly 3 seconds back from where they were before, so we're nowhere near peak pace for the moment.
And we'll see how the times do change over the course of qualifying. At the moment is Jiri Toman topping the timing sheets in the 1:17. He's put in a 47.3 so far.
Yeah, indeed. So first times are now starting, and we'll see now who's going to be on top of this one. Just trying to look up and down the order really to see who's going to be chatting. It looks like fair. It's quite close, isn't it, in LMP2 at the moment? 1/10 separating Varga and Diak Hackers. Maybe that is the peak that they can do in the night. That's somewhat surprising to me, actually.
Yeah, and I mean, I think once darkness falls, it does get a bit cooler, and you can see the time start to improve. But on the converse side, you might be in a case where you've got slightly less grip out on circuit if it gets too cold, and then the pace will drop and times will increase. So it kind of all comes down to that fine balance.
Yeah, it does. You tend to see in the race, actually, you tend to see which is the point where track conditions are perfect, but you can still see where you're going. At this point, we passed happy hour, really. Happy hour's been, and it's not really going to benefit anybody at this particular point. But I think as you get accustomed to driving in these conditions, your eyes kind of get adjusted to what you're doing, and so when you get in the car, suddenly it's quite a big shock when you first get in. You're like, wow, I can't see anything here. And then you start to bed yourself in, and you don't even realise it, but within yourself, within your eyes, you see further. You see the apexes a little bit more. You can, see where you're going a little bit more, really. So expect the times to tumble, and it already has. Yuri Toma has gone a second quicker than he did before, so now instead of being 1/10 in front, he's now a second and 1/10 in front. A very, very good lap time from Yuri Toma, and a man who we didn't see at all in Q1.
Yeah, good stuff to come through from Yuri, and in that 1:17, a good lap. And we saw Marcel Chinchik set the first lap, and then Yuri Toman able to improve in Vargas Sim Racing, once again just showing the depth of a talent that they have available, or I should say at their disposal. And Varga will be looking to top the second qualifying session and secure their third pole of the season, and that would be 3 from 3 This would be a very impressive amount. Good to see as well, still, the 95 of DAC Hackers doing a good job. Roland Zux currently second in the LMP2 class ahead of the 22 of Mugen Sim Racing, which is what I believe the order was at the end of Q1, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, not quite, because if you remember, David Koloksai in the dying moments managed to improve and get ahead of DAC Hackers by 1/10 of a second. However, the gap between them now, Roland Zux is 3/10 ahead of Mugen now, so he would actually, on average, he would go up. This is what I mean about the different kind of gaps that we're going to have to figure out between, and it could come down to hundredths of a second, thousandths of a second, real tight margins on average, and it's going to be very difficult for us to work out, but they are in the reverse order to what they were in Q1, but the time that DAC Hackers have done is very important. I think the time really is more important than the position almost here in Q2, and we'll try and work it out as we go along, but it's as I mentioned, a little bit tricky, but at the moment it seems like Roland Zux will be ahead of Christopher Kiernak on the grid if things stay as they are, which they almost certainly won't with an hour and 50 left.
I'll tell you what as well, Matthias Blom in the number 13 Danish Sim Racing League car has absolutely smashed Adam Serge's time of a 2:01.0. He's on a 2:01. He's nearly a second quicker than Adam Serge in the GT3 class. So good lap to come through from Matthias Blom. We'll see whether Adam Serge can improve himself and close down that 9/10 deficit.
Yeah, it's a great effort from Matthias Blom there. But Mugen not doing too badly in that class either. Adam Serge getting his eye in, I suppose, at this particular point. Still 5/10 ahead of Nikolai Bezrukov, who's done a 2:01.5, and so that's not a bad lap time from them, not too bad from them either at this point. But still a long way to go in the session, and for the moment I can't see any Glam Racing car. I think a couple of the cars may start to trickle back into the server again here for Q2, or maybe they're just not able to do a lap time in the second session, and they're going to have to start from a little bit further back. But I don't think all of the cars have quite got here for the moment, because we're about 3 or 4 down from what we were before. We were around about 30, we're at 25 now, so I expect to see a couple come in later on, but either way, as we mentioned earlier on, you can start at the back in a 12-hour race and still get a good performance, get a good result out of it, so expect to see a couple of guys maybe join in for the race who maybe haven't participated in qualifying or practice last night.
Precisely so, and one car that we're seeing joining in that we did not see in qualifying 1 is the 67. That is the second Volante Racing car. Shivan Balu at the wheel of the Volante Racing car and has been able to put in a 2:06, but due to not having set a lap in Q1, we'll have to start pretty much towards the back of the grid, if not down in last, depending on who joins come race day. So Volante is not terrible. If you start at the back of the field as a GT car, it's not as bad as if you have to start at the back of the field as an LMP2 car.
No, it's not, but I would... I think they did. I'm pretty sure they did set a lap time in Q2, or Q1, sorry. I'm pretty sure they were there, but they weren't quite as fast as all the other GT3 cars, GTE cars, and so they were a little bit further back. I'm just going to check now what lap time they did, or even if they might be off my screen here from the shot that I took. They were, a long way down, I'm afraid. So it's slower than Let's try and work this out. More than 2.5 seconds behind the top of the session, so Juices. So they didn't have a great lap time, it's fair to say, I think. But all is not lost, as you mentioned earlier on. All is not lost for them, even though they've not had the best Q1. They can still recover things in Q2 and at least get some experience, get the experience they need out here at the moment.
Yeah, they'll want to be getting as much time as possible out on circuit, and they've got nearly 1 hour and 50 minutes available to them. We're 10 minutes into qualifying so far. Still a long way to go. Carlos Basto is out at the moment for the 57 Ramada Motorsport car. Remember, they were able to get that P2 finish back at Indianapolis, P4 at Silverstone, if memory serves me correctly. And we saw Felipe Barreto at the wheel for the Ramada Motorsport car in Q1, and now they switched on over to Carlos Basta.
Yeah, some chopping and changing actually going on here at the moment, because Paul Holt is driving the DSG car, Christopher Kianak is driving the Mugen sim racing car, so a couple of these guys have changed their driving lineups, and some of them we won't even know about, like ProSim B32, because they have what's the word? They share a sim rig, sorry. So they'll be swapping in physically. But we won't know about it, I'm afraid. So that they could have swapped drivers, we just don't know. By the way, got somebody in the green room, Sebastian Hove from Danish Racing League, now joins us in the green room. Hopefully we can drag her up for a bit of a chat here, Yusuf.
Yeah, hopefully so. And I think Sebastian has joined us. Sebastian, currently you guys are at the top of the GT3 class. A lot of pace you guys are showing here in the darkness at Sebring.
Yeah, thanks for having me. We have been testing a lot, and especially in the dark, I've been having a feeling that we weren't at the pace as the other drivers. We would be slower. So I'm super happy right now. So that's perfect. We are hoping for a good qualifying now.
And I'm guessing the objective for you guys is to claim that top spot and claim a pole. And currently you've been able to set a lap that is nearly a second quicker than Adam Zarej. Do you think that gap's going to get chopped down? And if it does, do you guys have more pace under the hood?
I think we'll have a shot later again, but of course I think the gap will be a bit closer later on. But yeah, you're right. We are really looking forward to this race after what happened at Silverstone. So we have been driving a lot since.
Of course, Silverstone, you took that P4 spot. You're currently third in the championship, 23 points behind Unison. But Unison so far, they haven't been showing a lot of pace in qualifying. Do you think there's more to come from them in the race, or do you think this is a big opportunity for you and the other teams to claim some points over them in the championship?
Yeah, I don't know how to say it, but I'm still a bit scared actually, because we just thought it was sandbagging a lot, and in the first qualifying in daylight we were not that fast actually, so we are a bit scared right now what's going to happen with them.
So the objective then for qualifying in the race is to take the win, get the clean sweep then?
Yeah, of course, we're hoping for a good amount of points would be really good right now after a bit of unlucky last time.
And I just want to quickly ask about the track conditions as well. How did they feel compared to the daylight running you had in the first qualifying session?
I haven't been talked to Matthias after he got into the car in the night. But at the practice sessions, we've been a bit slower, of course, as the light is fading. It's dark, you can't see as much as before. So there's something, you can go out for to get faster.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Sebastian, and best of luck to you and Danish Sim Racing League in the rest of qualifying and in the race.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
No problem at all. And that was Sebastian Hove from Danish Sim Racing League. And Ewan, they're currently at the top of the GT3 timing sheets. That 2:01. And right as we say that, Ludovic Darkwe puts in a fast lap. And then Adam Zarej puts in an even faster lap and jumps ahead of Danish Sim Racing League. Why couldn't we have seen that while Sebastian Hove was still in the call with us?
Well, Darkwe did actually set the lap time a couple of moments ago, but we were focusing on other things really. But it really has all been happening in GT3. That is an astonishing lap time from Adam Surratt. He's below 2 minutes. The only person in GT3 to actually be under that 2 minute mark. Matthias Blom, as you say, 2 minutes dead 0.1, and then same thing for Ludovic Darkwe. So Darkwe got ahead of Danish Racing League, then Adam Surratt eclipsed everybody, and then Matthias Blom got ahead of Darkwe. So it's all going on in GT3 at the moment. But a very interesting development has just come to my attention, because Adam Surratt is 1.7 seconds off of GT3 current provisional pole position. That's half a second more than it was in the daytime. So do the GT3 cars get slower at night at a faster rate than the GTE cars do, or is that just a ridiculous thing to say? I'm not entirely sure, but to be fair, at this point, last time in Q1, we were about at this pace. I don't think it's affecting the GT cars very much at all. We're only a second away from pole time in GTE. In GT3, we're only, actually, we're a little bit further away, but still, GTE cars not that far away from where they were in the daytime.
And right as you say that as well, the 717 of Nikolai Bezrukov jumps up to P2 in the GT3 class. So we're now talking about 3/10 separating the top four. It is super close in the GTE class. The 51W OSR iZone performance of Jordi San Andres leads the way, 3/10 clear of Joao Barbosa, who is in turn a couple of hundreds ahead of Fabio Liuzzi, and then a further 10th to Pauli Ahonen, and then it's a rather big 7/10 or 6/10 gap, I should say, to the DIS SR Lab. So very close in the GT3 class, still fairly close in the GTE class, and in the LMP2, well, it's a 4/10 advantage for Jiri Toman at the top of the standings.
Yeah, it's not as big as it was when we last reported, actually, because Yuri Toman improved by a good second, and so Mugen Sim, as Diak Hackers as it was at the time, were quite a long way behind. But Mugen Sim Racing have since, actually first it was DSG who went up there into second place, then Mugen Sim Racing, so lots of developments happening in the early part in LMP2 as well, but it's still Vargas Sim Racing by nearly half a second, and there is actually half a second separating the top three right now. It is quite close in LMP2. It seems that Juice's Motorsport Club struggling ever so slightly in these kind of conditions, and a little bit further away from where they were a few moments ago. And Carl Likegaard there, by the way. DSR Nightmare didn't have the best Q1, haven't had the best season, really. Not the fastest drivers on the grid. I think they will not mind me saying that. Hopefully they don't, anyway, because I've said it now. However, they've done Carl Likegaard just put in a fantastic lap time there. Look at that, 5th place from him, 5th place overall, 5th place in class. Those guys have finished 8th, the best they have this season. Haven't finished a race yet, haven't crossed the line to finish a race yet this season, yet they're in the top 5 here in qualifying. Great performance so far.
Yeah, it's a very strong performance from the DSR Nightmare team. Also, Jordi San Andres, he's gone purple sector 1, he's gone purple sector 2. This might very well be a 1:57 for the 51W OSR iZone performance car. They're going to come across the line, and will it be an improvement? Surely it is. There it is, a 57.996.
Yeah, very, very good from those guys indeed. Came in 3/10 behind Juice's Motorsport Club at the end of Q1. They're currently nearly half a second, 4.5 ahead of Joao Barbosa, who's driving the 74 at the moment. So as it stands, World of Sim Racing will have gone up from 3rd place in the standings straight up to the top position in GTE for the grid for this one, and that's very good to see from those guys. Putting in a great performance at the moment, Jordi San Andres. So we'll see if they can hold on to that. Long way to go, as we keep mentioning, but good early signs from those guys, and I want to keep as Yuri Toman actually at the front of the field goes a little bit quicker as well. He's done a 46.0 now, but I want to talk a little bit about this particular subject. I think it's quite interesting. In LMP2, we're currently 1.1 seconds away from where we were in GTE. We're in Q1, I should say. In GTE, we're currently 8 tenths behind where we were in Q1. And in GT3, as Ludovic Darquis is now leading again because it's changed, we're 1.4 seconds behind. I don't quite understand whether it's a driver team kind of thing or whether it's a cars thing that GTE seem to be not that far behind where they were at all, whereas at GTE are not that far behind where they were. GT3 are really quite a long way behind. I honestly can't explain that, don't know why that's happening, but I think it's quite an interesting development that's changed between the two sessions.
I don't think you can ever expect the gaps between the different classes to be exactly the same. There'll always be some difference with driver error coming into play. So I personally think it's kind of within the realms of acceptance. You know, you're talking about, what are we saying, about 6 tenths to 1.3 seconds?
Yeah, about 1.4 maybe for GT3.
Yeah, and with Ludovic Darquis improving, it's getting even smaller. So we'll have to see once we get to the end of the session, because that's when we really get to compare, when the track is rubbered in. Because, of course, once you advance to another session, I believe the amount of rubber on track resets to essentially minimal. And then the rubber will get added in over the course of a session. So once we get to the end, we can really compare the difference. And it might also be, you know, as we've been talking about previously, a case of some drivers being more accustomed to nighttime racing than others, and maybe just certain drivers not being as comfortable spotting their braking points, spotting their turn-in points in the darkness. And that is something that is so big here at Sebring. We've talked about how many blind corners, how many long corners, sunset corner, turn 1, so long, and it is very tricky to remember where your kind of turn-in point is and what is the exact point that you can get back on the power, knowing that your car will understeer right to the edge of the wall but no further.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll take your point about the lap times changing, because you're right, we're about the same in GTE, because the track is going to evolve, as you mentioned a little bit earlier on. It's going to evolve, it's going to change. So I'll hold fire on that thought now until the end of the session. We can talk a little bit about that in the post-race, post-qualifying, where we're going to try and wrap up everything that has gone on and figure out who is where, and think about what that's going to mean for the 12 Hours of Sebring coming up tomorrow. Yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good session. It started off pretty good for the moment. We've got a couple of times coming. Let's see who's improving up and down the order, shall we? Christopher Kierneck
has improved.
Oh, Adam Surrej, sorry.
Has jumped back up to the top of the GT3 standard.
Good point.
He heard what you said about, you know, GT3 class performing worse in the nighttime, so he's trying to do the GT3 guys proud here with a 59.6.
Well, he certainly is at the moment. He's 1 second now down on where he was. So, not 1.3 seconds, but I said I'd park it for now. So, I'll leave that subject for the moment. He's 1/10 and 3 thousandths ahead of Ludovic Darquis, and it's getting very, very close indeed, as we've seen so many times here in GT3. Glam Racing are now here as well for Aston Martin. So, now the whole, not the whole field, sorry. The top 5 cars are separated by 0.6 of a second, 0.7 of a second, something like that. So much closer than what we saw in Q1. Much more competitive between these guys. DISSR Lab and Terra Foringen, unfortunately, lagging behind ever so slightly. I think it's fair to say in all of this. However, fantastic racing in GT3 at the moment. I'm thoroughly looking forward to seeing how the race develops in that class. It was fantastic towards the end of Indianapolis. Unfortunately, in Silverstone, Unison Racing almost ran away with it. They were very good. The Danish Racing League's hardware failure obviously will have put paid to that battle we were going to see, but I'm really looking forward to that class. It's going to be absolutely fantastic, and a lot of discussion actually in the YouTube chat about how the Aston Martin is struggling after the BOP. Alexander Zakharov complaining of a bit of a lazy car, really. It doesn't really turn and move around how he wants it to. Nikolai Bezrikov at the moment is currently only 4 tenths down on Adam Surrej. So I'll say I've not driven the car myself, but pace-wise, it can't be that bad for the moment. The BOP seems to have levelled it out a little bit. Not as if the Aston Martin was massively overpowered before, but, you know, it has closed things up ever so slightly, and that is the aim of BOP, of course.
Yeah, the BOP is just there to make sure all the cars are even, and it only gets added in if, the game developers feel that there is too significant of a difference in pace. Of course, all these cars are meant to be in the same class, so should be fairly even if there can be some slight discrepancies. And Ewan, I just wanted to get a reminder for myself and to all of our viewers. How far off was the 717 of Unison Racing off the pole time in Q1?
In Q1, Unison Racing were 5 tenths behind Mugen Sim Racing, so they have got ever so slightly closer by a tenth.
Okay, so they were 5 tenths behind before, okay, and now they are 4 tenths. So they're going to need to be able to get half a second ahead of Adam Surej if they want to be able to secure pole. What were the gaps between the 41, 26 and 13? As I believe those are our 3 main contenders for securing the overall pole.
Yeah, so Mugen Sim Racing took the first session, Adam Surej with a great lap time towards the end. One Move Esports were 1 tenth behind Mugen, and Danish Racing League were 3 tenths behind. Just for reference as well, Glam Racing 1 second behind, but not expecting them to take the pole. I think it's going to be between Mugen Sim Racing, One Move and Danish Racing League, and really it's all to play for because 3 tenths separate the 3 of them. If Mugen are able to top this session, then we can forget about it. They're going to take it on pole. But Ludovic Darqui, I feel like he's pushing hard here. He wants that pole position, of course, for himself. So it's not over. It's not the end of story in GT3. However, it's going to be very, very difficult. One Move are the best candidates, but they're going to need to beat Adam Surej by at least a tenth, which is very difficult to do.
It will be tight to say the least. Now, Ludovic Darqui has gone green in Sector 1, or purple, I should say, in Sector 1. Sector 2, though, unable to improve. Let's see if he can improve on his overall time. A 59.739 was his previous best. And he will come across the line a 59.7354. Thousandths quicker, and it's not going to be enough to close in onto Adam Surej. And speaking of Adam Surej, he's out on a lap and he's gone purple in Sector 1.
Yeah, so purple sector's flying in everywhere at the moment. People getting accustomed to the track conditions and the lighting conditions now, and the times are starting to go down. GT3 is easily the most exciting class. João Barbosa and Fabio Liuzzi have gone quicker on their lap times in GTE, but GT3 is where all the action is right now. Ludovic Darqui very, very consistent, I think it's fair to say, being 4 thousandths ahead, but that doesn't count for much in qualifying. If you can do one blindingly quick lap and crash on the next, it doesn't matter if it's in qualifying. Over in the race, consistency a lot more important, but Adam Surej has got that as well. He's got the whole package, it seems, and maybe this time it's going to be Mugen Sim Racing who are able to take the victory, but they haven't really been able to so far. 3rd place at Indianapolis, 2nd place at Silverstone. That progression is looking positive. It's going upwards. Maybe it's going to be the victory for them in Sebring.
Yeah, Adam Surej looking to blow his 59.6 out of the water. Let's see what it will be for the 41 of Mugen Sim Racing of 59.3, and he extends his gap to Ludovic Darqui up to 4 tenths of a second, exactly 4 tenths of a second. Good lap from Adam Surej, and well, the ball is now in the 26 of One Move Esports court.
It is indeed, but that's a big gap. In GT3, that is a really big gap, 4 tenths of a second, so that's going to be very difficult. And Ludovic Darqui and Thibaut Malbrun as well, who we've seen in the past, he's going to have to just grind down that gap. He's going to have to grind away at it and keep going and going to see if he can get anywhere near GT3 pole. Half an hour gone in Q2 then. We're going to take a quick commercial break now, and on the other side we'll have the final hour and a half of racing from Sebring.
Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor, or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back. You're watching the qualifying session for the 12 hours of the EEWC this weekend. You can catch the race from 11 a.m. in the UK and midday in Europe. You can work it out for the rest of your time zones, but we'll be here for the whole 12 hours. Me, Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Yusuf bin Sahel for qualifying, and we will both be joined by Alex Goldschmidt throughout the 12 hours on Saturday. We're all very much looking forward to it. I hope that everybody at home is looking forward to it as well. We've thoroughly enjoyed covering this one so far, and still a long way to go in qualifying, it's fair to say. 1 hour and a half still remaining, 90 minutes in Q2. Still, as I mentioned, a lot of time to be found for some of these guys, and especially in GT3, a lot of time needs to be found here. Adam Serray just put in such a fantastic lap time. He's not only ahead of One Move's GT3 car, Yusuf, he's actually ahead of their GTE as well.
Yeah, it's very impressive lap coming through at the moment. And let's see how things change. I've just seen Sebastian Hove has put through his new personal best of 59.8, only a tenth shy of Ludovic Darkwe, but then, a further 4 tenths to go to catch up to Adam Serray.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite remarkable from the Mugen Sim Racing driver at the moment. Thoroughly enjoyed watching him so far this season, but I found it somewhat remarkable they've not been able to manage to win. They did get pole back in Indianapolis, and in fact, in all 3 of the classes so far, we've seen, 3 of the 4 classes so far, we have seen a different pole position through both the different races. Drillers Esports and Omicron in Hypercar have both managed to get a pole so far. Juicy's Motorsport Club and in Silverstone to get 2 different poles in GTE, and then Mugen and Unison have both had a pole in GT3, but that record is going to become quite difficult to retain actually for the series as we move forward. It'd be very impressive if we get 6 different pole position and winners from each different each different round, but that's going to be very, very difficult to achieve. It does just show how close it is, though, between all of the classes. It's very, very entertaining right now.
Ooh, I've got news, Ewan. The 74 of Joao Barbosa has just put in a new personal best and a new fastest lap as well of the GTE class. Deuces Motorsport jump ahead of the 51 WOSR iZone Performance car by 0.08 of a second.
That is very, very close indeed, and they're about half a second ahead of the rest of them, actually. Fabio Niuzzi's in third, and he's done a 58.4. So quite remarkable times coming in right now for Joao Barbosa, and considerably quicker than he was going last time out in relation to everybody else. He was putting in these kind of times. I'm sure he's just doing the best that he can, but Yuri San Andres was further in front of him at this point last time out in Q1. So interesting development. Wojtek Polesny was able to go 3-4 tenths quicker than Barbosa, so if he can do that in this session as well, then Deuces Motorsport Club are going to be absolutely nothing.
Precisely so, and Adam Serej has just gone purple in Sector 1. He's looking to improve on his 59.3. He doesn't think that was quick enough. Sebastian Hove has improved as well. He's just put in a 59.558, and that's jumped him ahead of Ludovic Darqui. He's only 0.2 off Adam Serej at the moment. But right as I say that, Jordi San Andres is improving in the GTE class. So we're looking at potential changes in both the GTE and the GT3 class right now, Ewan.
Yes, quite remarkable, isn't it, right now? It's really great to watch. Lee Russell and the Glam Racing Aston Martin has also improved. So that brings the GT3 category all closer together as well, because he's done a 2-minute flat, which means 5 drivers separated by about 0.7 of a second, 3/4 of a second, let's call it. And yeah, quite remarkable to see. A further 0.7 back, we've got the DASSR lab car, and they're much closer than they were in Q1, putting in a good performance. And that's their kind of development team, really. Not expecting to see them really winning races, but expecting to see them improve throughout the year. That's the idea with the 46, and then you kind of sometimes you kind of graduate and go into the 45 car, which is the arguably better car.
I'm sorry, but Adam Serej just improved, and he improved by a mind-blowing amount. He just put in a 58.8. He's 0.7 clear of Sebastian Hove.
Is really quite remarkable from him at the moment, but also remarkable things are happening in GTE right now. Jordi San Andres has improved by half a second. He's now done a 57.5. Joao Barbosa also has improved by quite a lot, and he has done a 57.7 nearly, just under. So really big changes going on in both of the GT categories right now, and we haven't even had time to mention the fact that James Zuber has entered the server, and now he is up towards the front and leading this session.
Yeah, the other thing I want to be bringing up as well is, don't forget, it was the 53 Musto that was high up the order in the GTE class. They haven't set a lap yet, so don't forget that Musto are still likely to be joining in this GTE battle and turn this 2-way battle into a 3-way battle for pole. Currently just under 0.2 separating your top 2 in the GTE class, and in your GT3 class, well, let's ignore Adam Serej because I don't know what he's taken between first and second qualifying sessions, but I want some of that stuff. P2 and P3 in the GT3 class, currently separated by just under 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, it's a fantastic performance from Adam Serej at the moment, but more fantastic performance actually happening for Mugen Sim Racing, the all-Hungarian team, and we can now speak to one of their drivers. David Kolotsai comes and joins us in the broadcast booth at the moment. Good to see you, David. Thanks for coming to talk to us, by the way. How are things in the camp right now? You got second place in Q1, currently second place in LMP2 in Q2 as well. Is that a qualifying that you're satisfied with as it stands right now, or are we hoping for a little bit more coming in today?
Yeah, that's really what we expected for this round. Because the last 2 rounds were a little bit disappointing because of the results, and we thought that Sebring will be a good place for us because we have a lot better setup and we have much more experience on the track, So yeah, we are really happy with that.
Yes, it's certainly a good performance from you guys. Now, me and you have been talking about this a little bit, but we're not driving out there at the moment, so it'd be good to get a perspective from somebody who's in the car, and obviously you'll be prepared for the nighttime driving that's going to come in the race. How is qualifying, or even just driving, how is it different from the daytime to the nighttime? Is it faster in the nighttime? Is it slower? Is it really difficult around here at the night? What's you know, when the night falls in these races, do you like that when we to that stage, or do you fear it a little bit?
When I was practicing before the event, I felt the night is a lot harder than the day. And yeah, you can't use the same breakpoints as in the daylight events. So yeah, a lot harder.
Yeah, I can imagine. It certainly looks pretty hard out there at the moment, and Kiernak's doing a good job for you guys. And one more thing, looking forward to tomorrow, really, more so. You know, you say that you guys haven't had the best season so far, 5th place and a 4th, I do believe. Yeah, it is, 4th and a 5th. What are you expecting from them? Is this going to be the race where you break onto the podium, maybe, in the EEWC? What are you hoping for?
Yeah, I think so. That's, as I mentioned before, that's the track we can bring at least a second place on the race, and even in qualifying, and we are very close to Varga right now. Closer than in the last 2 runs, so yeah.
Yeah, you guys doing a good performance actually. So we'll let you go now and get back to your team. But David, thanks very much for coming to talk to us.
Thank you very much.
We wish you luck for the race this weekend.
I should ask, David, do you have any shout-outs that you want to give, or any sponsors you'd like to thank?
Sorry? What did you say?
Do you have any shout-outs or any sponsors for this weekend's race?
We have actually no any sponsors right now. Just our own designer teams.
So who actually designs your liveries then? Do you guys do it yourself, or do you get someone else to do that?
For ourselves right now.
Awesome. Well, thank you, David, anyway, for joining us, and best of luck in the rest of qualifying.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
No problem at all. I mean, you and at the moment, Mugen, doing a fantastic job both in the LMP2 class and in the GT3 class, and honestly I'm scared every time I look over to the GT3 class to see whether Adam Suresh has actually improved or not.
I'm scared to see if it's changed again, because it's the last time we talked about it, because it probably has. I mean, Sebastian Hogue is still going quite quickly at the moment. He closed that gap to 0.6 of a second, but that's still massive in GT3. We saw in the opening session, the top 3 separated by 0.3, and at the moment, there's one car within 0.3 of itself right now, and it's you know, Adam Suresh kind of destroying everybody on his own. Doing a fantastic job, but we've talked enough about it. I'll say we talked enough about him. We talked a lot about him. I think we should give him a break. Going up the order a little bit, while that was all going on, Mugen Sim Racing were actually, excuse me, going quite quickly while we were talking to them. So maybe you do go quicker when having an interview, I don't know. But Zoltan Varkoni is now in that car. He's into 2nd place in LMP2, as we mentioned, 0.9 ahead of Chris Gonzalez, which is a huge gap in itself, but only a 1/10.5 or so behind Yuri Toman, which is very, very impressive indeed. Didn't see Zoltan Varkoni at all in Q1, I don't think. But we're seeing him right now. We're seeing that he's very, very quick as well. We haven't seen anybody get that close to Varga for a very long time. I don't know if we've seen it all season just for the moment.
Speaking of being quick, we've just seen Alexander Zakharov put in a new personal best of 59.742. That is 0.07 of a second of Ludovic Darqui, who's currently sitting third in the GT3 class. David Greco out of the bits. He say his first lap only a 203.8, but he's still, I'm sure, getting those tires warmed up, and he'll be ready to go for his second lap. And let's see if he can displace any of our top three GTE drivers: Jordi San Andres, Juha Mäki-Juppi, and Fabio Liuzzi.
Oh, we've got our Finnish friend in there, have we? Juha Mäki-Juppi, who I might have got right then, but I don't know. He's currently out there. He's a fairly quick driver, but I would say still that, with no disrespect to João Barbosa or Mäki-Juppi, who we're seeing out there at the moment, Wojciech Polesny was the quickest in the daytime. Whether that's going to remain the same remains to be seen, but it seems that they're putting it all on Polesny right at the end of the session to have the last 40 minutes to himself, and he can just try and go even quicker. Speaking of going even quicker, guess who's just done that? It's Adam Surej again.
No.
So he's done 58.7 to push himself out once again. 7 tenths ahead of Sebastian Hove. Another tenth of a second knocked off of his lap time. He's only actually 8 tenths off GTE pole right now, which Jordi San Andres holds, and the ahead of the 45 DASSR Labcot. They're second in the championship, for goodness sake, and Adam Surej is beating them in the GT3 car.
Ewan, about that thing you were talking about, GT3 struggling more in the nights than the GTE cars.
Not aging well, is it? It's aging like a fine milk, really. So
I mean, is aging okay unless you're Adam Surej? Honestly, I have a request to Sebastian Hove and 13 Danish Sim Racing League. Please stop improving, because if you improve, I think Adam Surej is determined to get pole in the second session of qualifying by 7 tenths. And honestly, if you go any faster, Adam Surej might actually break the game physics.
he might, yeah. I think he is right now. I can't see any other ways going this quickly. But no, of course, he's just a very, very talented driver. We've seen this before from him. The only qualm I have about it is, Mugen Sim Racing. I guess this kind of proved my point. Maybe this is me being forgetful, but he is the star driver in that car. I would think, I don't know if you agree or not, but for me, he is the star driver in that car. He's the only driver who's driven that car all day long.
Him and Zoltrebek.
Yeah, Zolt Prebeck is also... Oh, yeah, we did see Prebeck a little bit earlier on. But, I can't really... I had to look up the... You know what I mean? I had to go and look to see who the other drivers were, because none of them are notably very, very quick like Adam Surej is, you know? So, the thing... They might struggle in the race. You can't have just one blindingly quick driver and leave him in the whole time. You've got to... Fair share and whatever. You've got to have more than that. So... They're going to have to spread around, and I feel like the others not quite as quick as Adam Surej, so they may struggle in the race, even though they're beating the Danish Racing League right now, Unison Racing. That's the thing that keeps it, as Adam Surej is actually just off the road at turn 1 at the moment. But he can't do it on his own. He's going to need help from his teammates, and that's where Unison Racing, Danish Racing League 1 Move come into play. Their drivers are very even across the board. They can remain the same pace the whole way. Mugen Sim Racing go quite fast for a couple of hours, then Adam Surej gets out and they go a little bit slower. So it's nothing against the other guys, by the way. I'm not criticising them in any way, but it does show throughout a 12-hour race, these kind of peaks and troughs that they have are really quite apparent throughout a race.
Honestly, Ewan, going back off what you said about having to check who the other drivers are, I have to do that anyway, but that's just because I'm forgetful. Should we play a little game, Ewan? Oh, God. So, we take it in turns, right? One of us says the driver name, and the other person has to name the team that driver drives for. Or we could do it the other way around, as in, we name the team, and then one of us has to name a driver, not someone who's currently out on circuit for them.
I don't think it's going to be very exciting viewing.
It's not going to be good. I think we're going to really show our flaws and how bad we are at remembering teams.
Yeah, that as well. To be fair, because I'm one of the most forgetful people I've ever met, so that's just not going to. It's not going to make me look good. But anyway, that's what.
Hove. Oh no. Sebastian Hove has just put in a 59.0. He's now only 3 tenths off Adam Surej, which means that Adam Surej is now going to put in a 58.3.
It probably does, yes, because he wants to get ahead of the rest of course, and I think he wants to prove me wrong a little bit by going faster than he did in Q1, and he's only 4 attempts away from doing that right now, is Adam Serej, so, that could very possibly could happen towards the end here. In GTE, we're 4 attempts behind where we were in Q1, and in LMP2, we are 7 attempts behind where we were, so not too bad. It's starting to normalise a little bit now. I think I've got a little bit too excited at the early part of the session because, as you mentioned earlier on, track evolution hasn't happened yet. Now the rubber's starting to get down, people are starting to get acclimatised to the conditions and the track and the lighting, and so we're getting faster times, and we're getting a very exciting session at the moment, particularly in GT3, which has thrilled us early on, but you never know where the next excitement's really going to come from. In GTE right now, there's a lot of improvements going on. Fabio Lietz is just going into the pit lane, but on his previous lap, he got down to a 58.0, which gets him within 5 tenths of Jordi San Andres, still leading the session. And Pauli Ahonen is now 1 second behind because he's improved, currently in 4th place in GTE.
Improvements coming through. Pauli Ahonen having just put in a 58.5, and that's been enough to actually get him ahead of Adam Serej. There was only a few hundredths, I think, before between Pauli Ahonen and the 45 of DIS. So good that Pauli Ahonen is able to jump ahead of Adam Serej, and we'll see whether that changes over the course of the session. But I think one of the scariest things as well is, if you compare Q2 to Q1, we saw the times drop significantly once we got to the half-an-hour point. So if that happens again, Ewan, the times are going to be improving by a lot in about 30 minutes a time.
Yeah, it's going to get very exciting then indeed. So on the screen right now, by the way, we've got a bit of a view of the pit lane from, or the kind of pit setup that the DIS SR Lab guys have got. They've got obviously in the same location at the moment, which is not always possible for all of us, but some of these teams are setting up the sim rigs in the same place, and we see this kind of thing from DIS, from ProSim, from B32, some of the Danish teams, and some of the other teams like to get their guys all in the same place, and yeah, we're just checking in on them at the moment in the on the stream, YouTube stream. Don't forget you can join the drivers conference call so we can see the setups of the people and the guys out there driving for the moment. It's all available in an email, I was told, so you can go and join that and show us how you're racing today. I guess it's not the same for everybody, is it? It's on different rigs and whatever, so we'd like to see them and you know, get those up on the stream. But yeah, the DIS guys at the moment just in 6th place in GTE because they've just been pushed down by David Greco, who's gone into 4th.
Yeah. And David Greco finally getting a representative at lap time in. He's actually only 600ths off the pace of his Musto teammate Fabio Liuzzi. So we'll see whether he can improve by some more time. You would have to expect that he would be able to.
Yeah, you would. He did get his iron quite nicely in the last session. So we'll be able to see if he can get up the order a little bit more. 2nd place in GTE last time out, 2 tenths behind Juices, which means they need to beat Juices by more than 2 tenths. At the moment, Juices are in 2nd, however, they're just under 2 tenths behind World of Sim Racing, who need to beat them by 3. So at the moment, on average, Juices Motorsport Club are going to be on pole by 1/10 of a second.
Well, Juices are going so quickly right now, and honestly, I would be surprised if they don't get pole by some kind of ridiculous margin.
Yeah, they are very quick indeed, and they've got Polesny to come a little bit later on, let's not forget. And we do believe he is their fastest qualifier at the very least. Could be even their fastest... could even be their fastest driver overall, but that's certainly up for debate. They've got a fantastic team, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on, but in case you weren't with us, they've got Wojtek Polesny alongside João Barbosa. They're 2 very regular drivers for Juices. Actually, they do a lot of driving in the GT Endurance Series around R Factor 2. And accompanying them, Nick Newcomb is a reserve driver, by the way, for both of the Juices Motorsport Club cars. So, you know, he can kind of pick and choose, and when they're needing him, he will be there. But the other driver they've just brought on, the Finnish driver who's still driving at the moment, actually, Juha-Matti Jupi, who is not, well, I think he did set that lap time, didn't he? The 57.6 they've got at the moment. I can't quite remember who said it. I think it, I can't remember, but he's shown to us in the practice session and the qualifying sessions so far that he is a capable driver as well. So they've got a very solid team.
Something else that I wanted to ask you was, what was the difference between the 51 and the 74, so that's WOSR, Iceland Performance and Deuces Motorsport Club in the first qualifying session?
0.3 of a second. World Sim Racing came third, and they did a 57.4.
Okay, 0.3, and currently it's 0.2 between the two. So if Jorge San Andres can find another 10th, then maybe the 51 of WOSR Iceland Performance can start from pole in tomorrow's race.
Yeah, absolutely. Currently watching Volante Racing. Well, I am anyway watching Volante Racing. Paulie Ahonen trying to go quicker than he previously has, and yeah, a lot of people in GTE actually trying to improve, but can't really see many improvements coming around from anybody. This is the kind of point in the session where we see this. We've got just over an hour to go in Q2, but
yep,
not much. You know, we saw that mad dash at the start, very exciting, especially in G3. A lot of lap times coming in and so on, but it's died down ever so slightly now. Things have calmed down a little bit, and now that they're going to pick up towards the end of this session, and that's what we'll see. But for now, we just entered that quiet phase, and as you mentioned a little bit earlier on, just before half an hour to go, it seems like a switch comes on in these guys. They realise that they haven't got that much time left. Actually, they better get some more positions. Everybody floods out onto the racetrack, and we start to see lap times fall down manically. So thoroughly looking forward to that part of the session. But for now, it's the calm before the storm.
Yeah, and we will be having a short calm. So I'm just keeping an eye on Marcus Ster, who has been able to improve in Sector 1. He's put in a 44.8 in his opening sector. Had a slight moment, went a bit sideways. I think that was through Tower. He had that moment, and now makes his way through and into turns of 15 down into Le Mans, unable to improve in the middle sector. But it's an okay middle sector for Marcus Ster. Sebastian Hove has improved in the opening sector as well, so we might still be seeing the 13 of Danish Sim Racing League improving by even more as Marcus Ster makes his way down into Sunset Corner. Keep it nice and tight, as close as you dare to the wall. Get on the power on the exit and cross the line. Marcus Ster wants to be improving on a 201.1, and he crossed the line with a 59.4, so that is most certainly an improvement for the 166 car.
Yeah, big improvement for those guys. 58.4 is what they managed in the last time, and so they've done a 59.4 for the moment, 1 second down as it stands right now. But they are ahead of One Move GTE, who have actually not exited the session for the moment. So don't know if that's a disconnection or whether they're going to come back, but I think the rule is you need to be in at the end of the qualifying session, isn't it? You need to be in the server at the end of the qualifying session to count. So they need to get back in. If you
leave the session and rejoin, I believe it then kind of automatically removes your lap time, if I'm not mistaken.
Does it? I thought it kept them if you went and rejoined. Somebody.
If you rejoin, then it comes back. Yes, but if you leave, it then disappears, which is why you can't leave and then not rejoin before the end of the session.
Yeah, so it needs to be there, so we can see. Yeah, okay, I understand what you're saying. So yeah, if whoever that is does rejoin for that car, then we will be able to get a lap time from them, and it will be the same as what it was before. But they've got to be here for that to happen. So we'll wait for them to re-arrive, if that's a word, and then hopefully they'll be here for the race as well. But the one with GTE at times is actually behind the One Move GT3, which is quite remarkable to see, really. I've not really seen anything like that for quite a while, ever really. They've also lost their GT3 car, so it looks like both One Move cars have just disappeared from existence, and I'm not entirely sure why. But they have, which is a real shame.
Yeah, and Adam Serratia, I think, Sebastian Hove as well would have wanted a bit more competition. Sebastian Hove actually has improved. He put in a 58.9, so he's now just 2/10 off Adam Serrajia's 58.7. Pauli Ahonen was on a quick lap, but he had to abort it. And David Greco is pushing at the moment. He's gone green in Sector 1, and it is a quick opening sector, 44.1. So this should be enough for David Greco to jump ahead of his Musto teammate and make it a 3-4 for Musto. Not that it's not already a 3-4.
Yeah, but the right way round. Because the car with the lower number needs to be in front of the car with the higher number for my OCD anyway. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Hopefully they can do that one. But we've got just under an hour to go in this qualifying session. For the moment, darkness has fallen, but we've still got an hour of qualifying still to go. We're going to take a quick commercial break now, and on the other side, we'll have the final 60 minutes from Sebring.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back to the GTR. Neither of us knew who was going to do that. That's what doesn't matter. Welcome back to Sebring. Yeah, well, yeah, I know. I just shrugged it. I have no idea. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
You shrug.
Well, yeah, it doesn't matter. Welcome back to Sebring. We're still in qualifying at the moment with about 55 minutes to go in Q2. And, yeah, it's still plenty of time left for these guys plenty of time for us to improve as well. One more outbreak and a couple more. And we can get that down. But... anyway, it doesn't matter. Just saw something in the YouTube chat, by the way. I know there's been a little bit of chatter throughout the day so far in the YouTube chat. It's good to see everybody interacting and whatever. Danish Racing League, the account, is assuring us that Sebastian Ove is pushing, but can't really get that near Adam Surridge. He's got it down to 2 tenths, and he actually did it on his last flying lap. Very impressive effort from him, but it's just putting into perspective how quick Adam Surridge is. I know we're banging on about it a little bit, but you know, Sebastian Hove is trying his hardest but can't quite get near to Surridge for the moment.
Well, Sebastian Hove at 2.5 tenths down, and we'll see whether he can close that gap any further. 2.5 tenths. I think he can get closer, but I'm still intrigued as to whether Adam Surridge has anything more in the tank. Now, there is someone who is improving, and it is my fellow Italian compatriot, Fabio Liuzzi, in the Musto car. He's gone green in Sector 1 at 44.197, and he currently finds himself nearly 4 tenths down on Juha Mäki-Juppi, who's currently second in the GTE class.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why, but Musto are not quite as strong as they were a little bit early on. The 54 is about exactly the same as what it was doing before, but David Greco doesn't seem to have found his feet quite in these conditions just for the moment. So it'd be interesting to see if they can actually improve their position, improve their time a little bit, but not looking too encouraging for them in the first hour of race or hour of qualifying here for the moment. But as we said, there's still time for them to improve, and they're going to be hoping that they can. He's just coming through Sunset Bend at the moment, and he'll be accelerating out of it just now and then coming up towards the line. We'll see if this is going to be his first 57 of the day. Is it going to be for Liuzzi? It is just about. It's a 57.966, 4 thousandths into the 57s, but still a good 3 tenths away from Juha Mäki-Juppi. So still work to do for those guys, but a good confidence boost for them, no doubt.
I think Fabio Liuzzi just decided, no, there's no way I can be within, you know, the same second as Adam Surridge, so he promptly improved. Now, David Greco, I think, has had the same hurry-up call. So let's see what the other Musto driver can pull through. He's going green in the second sector, was unable to improve in the opening sector, and is currently a 10th down on Fabio Liuzzi's time.
Yeah, it's not quite working out. As I said, some drivers just find it a lot harder in the dark than in the lighter conditions. Some people kind of relish it, and the graveyard shifts that you see in 24-hour racing, but some people really don't like it. And it's sometimes people, you know, plan stints and so that one driver can get their driving out of the way in the daytime, because they're just not going to be any use to anybody in the night time. It's just going to be terrible. I'm not saying that David Greco is going to be completely useless, because clearly not. He's just set a lap time there with a 57.8, and that is 3 tenths away from Jordi San Andres, but much more like it from the Italian driver. And maybe he's struggling a little bit, but it's not showing too much, because he has put in a very decent lap time there. He ended the last session 2 tenths off of duties. That's exactly where he is right now as well.
A great lap from David Greco. He's only a 10th off Juha Mäki-Juppi, and we are back in the situation where we have not even a 3 but a 4-way battle for the top spot in this second qualifying session. Currently the top 4 separated by just under half a second.
Yeah, very close. We said that so many times, but it's very close, isn't it? It's really good so far. Really enjoying qualifying for the moment.
I'm a believer of just scrapping Hypercar and LMP2 and just having everyone in GT cars.
Just put everyone in GT cars, it'd be great. But no, that's kind of what the Sprint Series is for, isn't it? Really. So it's a good idea.
The Series is like the greatest thing on earth.
It is very entertaining. I do enjoy it as well. When we do get that going against season 2, it's in the pipeline. Worry about that. Make sure you sign up and tune in because it's good. So yeah, there you go. GT racing is entertaining, but multi-class racing has its place as well, and that's where we are right now. Prototypes versus GTs. I have noticed that roughly 1/3 of the lineup is prototype based, and then the other 2/3 are GT cars. Starting to see the One Move GTE, by the way, and the One Move GT3 both reappear onto the server again. No idea what's happened to them, but Thibaut Malbrin is now in the GT3 car. He's 4 temps away from pole position in GT3, and in Mathieu de Crop is now in for the first time in that GTE car, although I do believe he did do a lap time, so I don't know where that's gone, but he'll hopefully be able to repeat it. And we did see a brief hiatus for Ramada Motorsport. Their LMP2 was briefly not on the server, but they are again now. Alexander Palmgarten is now into that car instead of Felipe Barreto, I believe, who was in there a little bit earlier on, but either way, they're back in now as well, so we're back up to a good 28 cars, which is nice to see.
Alexander Zakharov on a lap was able to improve in the opening sector. Middle sector slightly off his personal best, but a decent middle sector nonetheless. And let's see if he can close that gap to Thibaut Malbrin, currently sitting at just under 3/10 between the pair of them. And Alexander Zakharov currently down in P4 in the GT3 class.
At the moment, not quite where they're accustomed to being. It took pole last time out at Silverstone to get themselves the maximum points haul of 27. They've got 53 points out of a possible 54 so far. So have Drillers from Hypercar, but Viger have gone one better, getting every single point that they possibly can so far in LMP2. It looks like that's going to continue on for the moment because they're leading in LMP2. However, it's much closer than we've previously seen because 0.8 of a second separate the top 5. We're seeing some great drives at the moment. Mugen Sim Racing currently in second, Diak Hackers third, DSG Motorsport in fourth, previously Fair Racing Team of course, and Juice's Motorsport Club, who I'm most impressed with, I have to say. 2 lower. Another good drive from him today. It's very, very exciting, a very exciting prospect, I should say, for LMP2. The race should be fantastic in that class.
As per usual, Yuri Toman kind of leading, not dominating though. Yeah, 1.5 tenths between himself and David Kolaksai, but Roland Zux, Max Scholten turn lower, all right up then a bit of a drop to Kyle Lukagor in the 777 DSR Nightmare car. 1 second behind. Now, Mathieu Decro is improving and will improve. 59.4 coming through, and that puts him P something in the GTE class. I could count, but in all honesty, I'm too lazy to do that.
Let's have a bit of a count out loud ourselves, shall we? So, 8th place, there we go, for One Move Esport. They are just 2 temps behind. Well, I don't know about that, but 2 temps behind ID Simsport for the moment. They actually were on the same. I only wrote down that they did a 58.4 as well as ID Simsport. So at the moment, the 166 is going to be ahead and in 7th place on the grid. But we're tending to see a similar kind of order in GTE. The gaps at the front, it's slightly changed. I mean, Musto and Wood of Sim Racing have jumped from 3rd to 1st in GTE, but other than that, it's pretty much the same. We're seeing a very similar situation to what we saw in Q1, but it's going to be very, very close on the actual times. Wojtek Polesny has got in the Juices Motorsport Club for the car for the final 45 minutes in GTE. David Greco has improved to a 57.8, which is much better from him, but still 3 temps away from Jordi San Andres. So, lots to settle still in GTE. Everybody seems to be just returning again after some have gone away ever so slightly for the middle part of this session. There was a quiet moment, and now things are starting to bubble up a little bit.
I was just riding on board with turn lower. Oh, dearie me, turn. He was pushing. Honestly, through turn 1, I don't think I've ever seen a prototype car get that close to the inside wall. That was magnificent. But then on the brakes down into turn 3, just clipped the grass on a corner entry, and it just spun the car around instantaneously. So that's a shame for turn lower. He's currently at the back of that longer list of LMP2 cars. I say long, 5-way battle for the lead. Currently 7.5 tenths down of Yuri Toman, 1/10 off Max Scholten in the Fair Racing team. So we'll have to see whether that will change over the course of the session.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm currently watching the DSG car actually weaving down the straight. Don't know if it's trying to get heat in the tyres. Max Scholten is driving that at the moment, by the way. I don't know if they're trying to get heat in the tyres or what's going on with that one, or if they're just showing some how they're displeased with World of Sim Racing, because there was a bit of a traffic altercation going on down there at Le Mans, so maybe there was some unhappy drivers coming out of that corner. Scholten though coming through turn 1, and he's down towards 2 and 3 with a car off actually in front of them. Hopefully they get out of the way at this point, but it doesn't look like it at this point. I think it's the Terraforming car maybe currently down in 7th place in GT3, I do believe, but Scholten backs off. His lap has been impeded ever so slightly. This is the kind of thing that happens. Multi-class qualifying sessions are extremely difficult. You're bound to be impeded at some point, and it's not really anybody's, well, it is somebody's fault, but it's not against the rules.
It can make things difficult. And B32 Racing have improved. They put in that 49.1. They're now half a second off Kim Pedersen. And oh, here we go, Ewan. Jordi San Andres, a new green personal best. Sector 1, a 44 dead. Can he improve on his current PB of a 57.5 at the top of the GTE standings?
Yeah, last 45 minutes, and this is where things got exciting in Q1, and we're expecting to see something very similar happen in Q2. Jordi San Andres laying down that marker. Wojtek Polesny getting himself warmed up and acclimatised to the conditions as well right now to see if he can get his second topping of the session from what he did in Q1. He wants to take Q2 as well, but Jordi San Andres is going to do all he can to stop him. The problem is, I think for San Andres, and it would certainly bother me, the fact that I would have been in that car for about 4.5 hours now. You know, we started back way back at 7 p.m. in Europe, and you know, he would have been driving that car for a very long time at this point.
He would have indeed. Now, Thibaut Malbrun has just improved. He's put it in a 58.9 as Jordi San Andres loses the back end through Sunset Corner, but Thibaut Malbrun has jumped to P2 in the GT3 standings, 1.5 tenths off Adam Serrej. And as I say that, David Greco is currently improving, loses the back end through turn 15, and that will cost him as, oh wow, he really loses the back end heading down into Le Mans.
Yeah, not really what you want. And, you know, we were talking a little bit earlier about how oversteer might be quick, but that wasn't quick, I'm afraid. And he's going to have to try that one again. Yuri Toman, by the way, has just gone about 3 tenths quicker than what he was before. 45.3 from him now, which is what Mugen managed in the last session. Maybe they can do something similar in this one. It's David Coloxide driving again. We were talking to him a little bit earlier on. He finds these conditions difficult, is what he said a little bit earlier on. But clearly, he thinks, or his team thinks, he's the man for the job.
And Thibaut Malbrun has just gone purple in Sector 1. He's still improving. Wasn't able to improve in Sector 2. But this might be enough, actually, to jump ahead of Adam Serrej. And with about 40 minutes remaining in the session, let's see what Thibaut Malbrun can pull out. And actually, he backs out of it right at the end, but he clearly has pace, and maybe on his next run he can displace Adam Serrej from the top of the standings.
Yeah, he just seems slightly quicker than Ludovic Darquis, who was in there a little bit earlier on. Both French drivers, and Darquis is actually I hope he doesn't mind me saying this, but he's a little bit older than you might expect. Well, yeah, I'm sorry about that. It sounds so very rude, doesn't it? 42 years old is what I've got him down. I hope I'm correct in that one, but yeah, and I hope I'm not offending anybody. But yeah, there you go.
Have you seen the newcomer?
Well, no, not physically, but I know, yes. He's, yeah, let's not talk about that though, because we'll get messages at that point.
Don't worry, I'll do it anyway. I'm used to getting the angry messages from the newcomer. I have bad news though, Ewan. Remember how we were saying LMP2 was starting to look close?
Well, yeah, Vargo have gone quicker, I know, yeah.
Yeah.
Half a second, should I say. Coloxar's trying to improve right now, but just gone into the pit lane. Maybe Roland Zooks can do something, but yeah, it's looking like Vargo will just edge it again. It's not as big, the gaps are not as big as they were before. It's about just over 3 tenths last time. It's, I guess, about 5 tenths this time, but closer than we saw before.
Mathieu Decroix has also improved in the GTE class at 59.0. 3 tenths down on DIS, and DIS are really struggling here at Sebring, and they're currently down in P6 behind the 66 by, 2 tenths. I mean, to be fair, they're not far off, but it is noticeable. They're a second off, that kind of a pole pace of the likes of Jordi San Andres and Vojta Pelesny.
Yeah, they're not that far behind Volante, but they are quite far behind the top 4 because the gap between Volante and the rest is nearly 6 tenths of a second, so they are a fair way off. However, I feel like we've seen this before from DIS. They don't qualify amazingly. They've admitted themselves they're not going to have world-class pace from that everybody else has in that class. Teams like Musto and World of Sim Racing and Juices, they're recognised teams all across the world of sim racing. If that's not a pun that has gone wrong. But they're not one of those teams that you immediately think of. However, in the race, they will be very, very good and difficult to beat. They haven't won a race just yet, but they did manage a podium last time out. They weren't expecting to be getting podiums at this end of the year. Maybe towards the end, they were hoping for one. Maybe, the Nürburgring race, Spa, and Le Mans would be a dream way to get a podium for them. But they've managed 2 so far this season, driven very, very well. So they've surprised themselves, I think, a little bit, but it's down to their race pace. The way they race has got them that, rather than the way they've been qualifying. So I wouldn't be sounding the alarm bells just for the moment. Maybe if we get to the halfway stage and they are a lap down, then we can start to raise alarm. But for now, I think they're okay with being in 6th.
I've also just heard of a rivalry emerging. A rivalry that will echo through all of Finland. So we all know how our very own Pauli Ahonen is the Kimi Räikkönen of GTR 24H, and as well the Kimi Räikkönen of Volante Racing, right? Well, João Barbosa has just up and said that Juha Mäki-Jypi is the Mika Häkkinen of Deuces Motorsport Club. So the question now, Ewan, is who is the greater Finn and who is better, Kimi Räikkönen or Mika Häkkinen?
Well, yeah, that's a good point, actually. I guess on pace at the moment, Mäki-Jypi is going to have to be put ahead of Pauli Ahonen, but I have to be fair to Ahonen. He did very good things at the end of Q1, so I don't think that's the end of the story. Just for the moment, he was improving quite massively towards the end. Botsian is driving that car at the moment, but yeah, it's difficult to choose between the two. I hope we get those two on the track at the same time and hopefully racing each other as well. I hope that Ahonen he normally joins us after the race in our post-race show after the last couple of races he has done. So I hope that will remain the same, and maybe we can get Mäki-Jypi as well at some point, either during tonight or during the race. It would be good to hear from the new driver for Juices as well.
Yeah, it would be fantastic to see them battling out on circuit, and good to have them in the commentary booth as well for some interviews, hopefully at the same time too, and we can we can get them to dig into each other, get them to roast each other somewhat. We always like to see that coming through.
Do these people do that? I don't know.
I mean, we can always ask Goshen.
Yeah, he knows Finnish culture better than we do.
Do
since he lives in
people
it.
fight? Is that a thing, or is that one of myth?
Are they just not bothered? I don't know. I honestly couldn't tell you. But yeah, there you go. Back to this session anyway. I saw a couple of moments ago Thibaut Malbran, the other one move car, Mathieu Decroix has improved ever so slightly, but he's gone again, I think, from the session, has he? I can't find him again, so I'm afraid after having such a good improvement a moment ago, dropped back a little bit again, so that's not good news for those guys. But in LMP2, things are starting to stay the same a little bit. Still 35 minutes to go, though, and, we're getting towards the point where we are going to see those real fast laps coming in. Wojtek Polesny, as I mentioned, has got into the Diesel Motorsport Club, getting himself warmed up a little bit. 57.9 from him last time. He's going to be trying to get that lap time down a little bit, maybe challenging for pole again.
Yeah, let's see what Alexander Zakharov can pull through. Heading into Sunset Corner, the sun has already well and truly set in. There you can see that huge bump in the middle of the corner, almost a mountain. Alexander Zakharov, green in Sector 1, green in Sector 2, 59.4 previous best. And, well, only a 2-minute dead, despite going green in all sectors. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there for Alexander Zakharov. And, Ewan, I received some news, actually, regarding Finnish people fighting. So, apparently, Finnish people don't start fights. They just finish them.
Oh, boom! No. We didn't need that. Yes! People just tuning out now, viewers going down the drain. Oh, terrible news. Nobody wanted to hear that. No, I actually quite like that. I'm not gonna lie. It was a good joke, I have to admit. It was a good joke, but I'm still ashamed.
Say that the entire purpose, I'd go so far as to say my entire purpose of living has been to say that joke on broadcast.
Oh dear, I don't know. I've just seen, by the way, what you were talking about in the... I'm completely lost for words, if you can't tell. I really don't know what to say about that. Although, actually, I do, because David Greco has just taken the lead in GTE in the qualifying session, so we'll talk about that for a moment. He's 400 ahead of Jordi San Andres. Good lap time from him. We said he was struggling a little bit earlier on. He's proving me wrong again. But I said that, yeah. I shouldn't lump you with that comment, actually. I said that, but he's completely proved me wrong, and he's gone to the front of the standings.
I'm also keeping an eye on Roland Zux. He's gone green in Sector 1. Alexander Zakharov has gone green in Sector 2, but I think a slight mistake from Roland Zux, and he's going to dive on into the pits. What can Alexander Zakharov pull out? He's making his way down the Ullman Straight now and down towards Sunset Corner. Can he improve as we near the 1.5 hour mark in qualifying for the second session of qualifying for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship? And Alexander Zakharov will dive on into the pits. So, the top 3 in the GTE class separated by just under 0.2 of a second. Your top 4 separated by 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, very, very interesting qualifying session at the moment, and it's not all said and done just for the moment. We've still got over half an hour remaining, and I think there's more to the story there. You know, Wojtek Polesny has not quite got warmed up just for the moment. I feel like there's more to give for World of Sim Racing as well. Exactly, yeah. So there's a lot more to happen yet in GTE. David Greco just goes into the pit lane, but yeah, San Andres and Polesny both lapping around there at speed, so quite possible that Polesny's going to improve at the end of this lap and maybe jump up the order.
It's an okay middle sector. It's nothing special. Down into Le Mans Corner, using up all of the curb. The back end won't step out too much. And Wojtek Polesny keeps it in check, so it's just Sunset Corner remaining. What can Wojtek Polesny find? He is currently 1.5 tenths down on Jordi San Andres, 2 tenths down on David Greco. Can he pull off a stunning final sector to claim provisional pole in the second qualifying session? Here we go then. Corner exit. Will it be enough for Wojtek Polesny? And it's a 57.5, 1/300th of Jordi San Andres, and half a tenth now separate the top 3.
Yeah, 52 thousandths of a second separating 3 cars in GTE. Absolutely fantastic. And 2 different manufacturers as well. BMW currently leading from Porsche, and Porsche again. Aston Martin struggling ever so slightly, in the 2 Ferraris, I'm afraid, are a long way down with Satellite Racing and One Move. They're both not actually in the session anymore, but they were really not performing as good as they would have liked, I'm sure, lumped within the GT3 field, really. But Polesny has moved up and he's improved his time. That's very important, because that improvement that he made, David Greco briefly there, was actually on provisional pole with the corrected average time. He was going to be on pole by a very minute margin indeed, but now it's all changed again, and by just over a tenth, Wojciech Polesny is going to be taking the pole position here for the Sebring 12 hours. Very, very interesting qualifying session, and we've not even got to the best bit yet. We're still half an hour away from the end of Q2. We're going to take our last commercial break, and when we return, we'll be taking you to the end of qualifying 2.
Is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leap Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flix, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the second qualifying session for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here from Sebring. We had a qualifying session 1 over an hour ago, and we are now into the final half an hour here at Sebring. I'm Yusuf Bin Sahel, still joined by Ewan O'Leary. Let's have a quick rundown of how things look in the second qualifying session. This is at the moment ignoring the combined times and the results of qualifying session 1. James Huber leads the way in the hypercar class, the only hypercar class car to have set a lap. Dewey Toman in the 117 leads the way for Varga Sim Racing ahead of David Kolaksai in the 22, the Mugen Sim Racing car ahead of Norbert Jakob in the 95 DEAC Hackers, a car who are having an absolutely phenomenal performance so far in qualifying. Fair Racing and Chris Gonzalez are currently in P4 ahead of a turn lower in the 15 Deuces Motorsport car. Kyle Lukagor is next in P6 ahead of Alexander Palmgarter in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car, and then you have ProSim and Kim Pedersen in the 766 DSR Dream Team to complete the LMP2 class. And Ewan, how do the GT classes look?
Okay, in GTE we have David Greco currently leading with a 57.4. He's just set that not so long ago and doing very well at the moment. It's very, very close as well. Jordi San Andres not far behind, neither is Wojtek Polesny in third. Then the other Musto car is in fourth at the moment. Fabio Liuzzi ahead of Bart Solbodzian in the Volante Aston Martin. And then in GT3 we have Adam Serrej still leading from that lap time he set a little bit earlier on, but in the break Thibaut Malbran improved in the One Move Esports Ferrari, and so now he's only just over 1/10 behind the Mugen Sim Racing car, and then just over a tenth behind from that Sebastian Hove, pushing very hard indeed, with Alexander Zakharov another 5 tenths back, a little bit further back than what we're normally used to expecting, really, and then a further 3 tenths back or so, it might even be a little bit more than that, 4-5 maybe, for Glam Racing, who are ahead of DIS Sim Racing and Tanner Foringen in the rest of the GT3 category. LMP2s could still improve, but however we didn't really see the mad dash of them improving towards the end, because I feel like they're affected by the amount of GT cars that there actually are, and it's difficult for them to get a clean lap.
Ewan, Wojtek Polesny just improved, and he somehow managed to fit in the 400ths between David Greco and Jordi San Andres.
Wow, it's half a tenth separating. Not even that, is it? It's less than that at this point in the session. About 400ths of a cars, absolutely remarkable, between Musto, DD Esports, Juice's Motorsport Club, World of Sim Racing, all slugging this one out for pole position. If it stays this close though, this is perfect for Juice's Motorsport Club, because it means that on the average corrected lap times they'll be on pole. It's pretty good for Musto as well, because they'll retain second. It's World of Sim Racing who are the only team really unhappy with this kind of clump that we have. They want to get away from the rest so they can improve their order on the average timing.
Pauli Ahonen, if you are listening, just remember that you have been challenged to be the best finisher driver on the circuit. This is the GTR 24H Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3 finish fights. Finish war coming through. Yeah. Finish civil war between Pauli Ahonen and I forget his name now. It slipped my mind.
Maki Yupi.
Juha Mäki-Jüpi. There we go.
Juha
Mäki-Jüpi.
There we go.
Oh, Sebastian Hove is currently improving. He's gone green in Sector 1, Ewan.
Yeah, he has indeed. So we'll see if he can retain this. Just going through Tower Corner, I believe this is. Yes, it is. Quite similar to Cunningham Corner on the way in, so can be a bit confusing. But he's heading towards Bishop now, which is this left-hander, flat out in all 4 of the classes we have here this weekend, so you don't need to worry about it too much, but you do need to get yourself lined up for Le Mans, which is this chicane at the end of that particular curve straight. Now get you the best run possible out onto the Ormond Straight. He's managed to use as much curve as possible without going on the grass. That's going to help his run all the way down to Sunset, where he just needs to nail this corner, and then hopefully for his sake he can move up the order a little bit.
Yeah, DIS just improved as well. They jumped ahead of Adam Serej. Of course, they're in different classes, but what can Sebastian Hove pull through on the exit of Sunset Corner? Current best is a 158.984 across the line then for Sebastian Hove, and what will it be? Just waiting for timings to update, and it's a 59.0, missing out by 300ths of a second.
Yeah, very close to his lap time that is the best at the moment, the previous lap time he set, but not quite good enough for him, I'm afraid, and he's going to have to regroup, go again, so we'll see how he gets on. Looking up and down the order again, LMP2 it's not changing around too much at the moment. Alexander Palmgarten has just recently improved. He's setting another lap time there, not quite going as quickly, but 6th place in LMP2 at the moment. We've still got a very, very close race going on up there, but 0.5 of a second to the good is Yuri Toman ahead of David Koloxide. So quite a big margin, should be consolidated in LMP2 no matter what happens. It's almost exactly the same order. In Q1 we had Varga, Mugen, Diak Hackers, DSG and Deuces, the top 5. That's exactly what we've got in Q2 right now, and so things are probably going to be they are going to be the same on averages.
Turn lower, about to complete a lap now, crosses the line. His previous best was a 46.4, and I believe Turn Lower invalidated that lap. He had gone green in Sector 1, so unable to improve. DIS are also on a lap. They're making their way through Sunset Corner. Right now they've gone green in both sectors, so this should definitely be an improvement, and maybe enough to jump ahead of Pauli Ahonen, who has got back under the wheel or behind the wheel of the 66 of Volanti racing car, and it's a 58.644, but Pauli Ahonen has also improved. So a 58.3 coming through from DIS, and Pauli Ahonen putting in a 58.4. So things are getting very close in the GTE battle for P5.
Yeah, they are indeed, and not all that far away from Fabio Liuzzi in the 54 car. We're seeing kind of two groups emerge within this top 6, which are a little bit ahead of the rest, it has to be said, in GTE. We're seeing where it's actually Giordano Valeriano now in for Fabio Liuzzi, but yeah, quite a close battle between those three as well in the standings, and I'm sure in the race it will be as well. But yeah, I'm looking up and down in GT3 at the moment. Sebastian Hover's just completed his in-lap. Thibaut Maurin just doing an out-lap at the moment with Alan Sarrej in the pit lane right now as it stands. Looking to do a good lap time right at the end, and within the final 20 minutes now. This is the real crunch time. All three of the main contenders in GTE are out there at the moment, so expect to see some times come in from there soon.
Yeah, just keeping an eye right now to see if any improvement to come through. Prosim and Kim Pedersen in the 766 car were improving in Sector 1, but unable to continue that form in Sectors 2 and 3, and will have to bail on their lap times. Nobody else at the moment currently improving, although Chris Gonzalez was 1,000th off his personal best lap time, so he will remain 2/10 off at Norbert Jakob in the 95 DEAC Hackers.
Yes, Norbert Jakob is back into that car for Roland Zux, who's driving a little bit earlier, so hopefully that's all going to plan, and I'm sure it is, but as I said a little bit earlier on, things are kind of stable in LMP2 at the moment, because even if DSG were able to slightly improve here, Chris Gonzalez, if he slightly improved and get slightly ahead of Norbert Jakob, it's not going to matter, because he needs to make up 3/10 on averages, so it's going to be a big struggle for him to do so, but we could see wild changes towards the end. I somehow doubt it, and towards the end of the last session we didn't see all that much improving from those guys in LMP2 really. And I'm not entirely sure. Oh, yeah, you're right.
He just put in a 57.37
Polesny's
clear of David Greco. So now it's just over a 10th separating the top 3.
Yeah, looks like it. Yeah, about 1/10 and 200ths, but very, very close. David Greco's coming over the line right now. He's going to the pit lane, actually. So he's going to have to regroup and go again. But Polesny, for the second session in a row, is now in front once again. Now, I'm currently watching Thibaut Malbon just head towards the hairpin for another attempt at the moment. GT3, I think things are going to kick off very shortly as well, but very interesting to see that Polesny has managed to get in front of David Greco with Jordi San Andres, not that far behind. He's just lurking and waiting, and might be able to improve a little bit later on, but we're getting towards the end now. It's going to have to be very soon or never, I'm afraid, for some of these guys. And even so, whatever happens in GT, I can't see gaps being made big enough for a gap to be, or a difference to be made on the average times. The gaps in this session are much smaller than in the last one, so it's very hard to make up the losses that were manufactured in the last session.
I just saw Pauli Ahonen go green in Sector 1, but didn't make a mistake in Sector 2. He's actually going to dive on into the pits. Kyle Lukagor has improved in the 777 DSR Nightmare car, 47.385 coming through from him. He's still stuck between Alexander Palmgata in the 57 Ramada Motorsport car and Pro Sim down in P8.
Yeah, it's all very stable in LMP2, I would say, at the moment. But the traffic, as I was trying to get onto before, Polesny ruined me a little bit. You know, the LMP2s, I think, are a little bit more affected by traffic because there's more GT cars than there are prototypes. So the LMP2s tend to get tripped over a little bit by some of them, and they don't get in the way on purpose per se, but you know, they are there, and it's enough to put people off and slow lap times down. So yeah, it's a real problem for the LMP2s. That's why we don't see manic improvements like we do in the GT classes. Thibaut Malbrin is out there at the moment. He was 2 tenths down on his previous best on that one, but may well be able to go a little bit quicker on this next one. Still 15 minutes to go, so plenty of time for even another couple of runs if you need it.
I'm just seeing turn lower at the moment. He's gone green in Sector 1, a 39.8 in the opening sector. We'll see whether he can continue that pace. Shivan Balu in the GTE has gone green in Sector 2, so he might be making some improvements. Thibaut Malbrin, sadly, on his last lap went 2 tenths slower than his personal best, so still remains 1 tenth off that current best time set by Adam Surej in the GT3 class. Turn lower, unable to improve in the middle sector. Let's see if he can ace this final sector, just sunset corner to go.
Yeah, it's going to need to be, as I said, a big improvement to get ahead on averages, but it will certainly be good for the confidence for him if he can get up ahead of DSG Motorsport. Currently driven by Chris Gonzalez, that one, by the way, and he does a 46.3 for him, and he's half a tenth ahead of Chris Gonzalez. Great drive, great performance there from Toon Lower. Edges himself a little bit closer to the front with a good improvement towards the end.
Thibaut Malbrin is also on a lap. He's gone green in the middle sector, but he needs to find over a tenth on Adam Surej if he wants to take the provisional top spot for Q2. 13 minutes remaining. Across the line comes Thibaut Malbrin. Is it enough to improve?
Oh, it is. It is. 99 thousandths of a second quicker. So he moves ahead of Adam Surej, and that is quite remarkable. Now it's going to be extremely close. It's still going to be in the favour of Mugen Sim Racing, I think. But Thibaut Malbrin has just put himself into a much better place to try and take GT3 pole.
Fantastic lap to come through then from Thibaut Malbrin, going purple in the final sector. DIS are also on a lap. They currently find themselves nearly 4 tenths off Fabio Liuzzi, so they're going to need one hell of a lap to close in, but it is possible. And let's see what Andy Kurtzen can find. We're assuming it's Andy Kurtzen at the wheel of the DIS car. He is the quickest of the 3 drivers, and he's usually the one put in charge of qualifying duty. Out sunset corner then, and across the line for Andy Kurtzen. And it's not enough. 2 tenths down on his current personal best, which is a 58.379.
Yeah, not quite enough to improve on that particular occasion. Just going back to GT3, by the way, I've confirmed that it is not enough for Thibaut Malbrin. Currently, he is 99 thousandths of a second behind, ahead of Adam Surej in the order right now. Now, Adam Surej in the last session did a 1 minute 58.319, and Thibaut Malbrin did a 58.447. So he was trying to work it out about 128 thousandths ahead, which means he's now only 29 thousandths over 2 lap times, an average, and it's come down to 29 thousandths of a second between the two of them. Thibaut Malbrin just needs to find about 300ths of a second, and he will take pole, but he's only got 10 minutes to do it.
300ths of a second is not much, and we could definitely see it coming through. Now, Vojta Polesny is currently on a lap. He's gone green in the middle sector. Can he improve? He's currently 700ths ahead of David Greco, and he's making his way through sunset corner now. Will it be enough?
We'll have a quick look here with see if it is going to be quite enough for one of these guys. I can't quite see who's. Oh yeah, it is. Polesny does indeed improve actually in that one. So Deuces get even further ahead, nearly a tenth ahead of David Greco, and since they topped Q1, looking very good for them again.
DIS also on that. They've gone green in sectors 1 and 2. This is their chance to close in to Fabio Liuzzi, losing the back end through Sunset. And the DIS car will have to dive on into the pits.
Lee Russell, by the way, in the Glam Racing Aston Martin has moved ahead of Alexander Zakharov, so championship leaders down to 5th place. That's not going to be enough on corrected order. They're still going to start from 4th because of the average lap time, but goodness, it's not been a good day for the championship leaders. They're not happy with their car, completely unsettled. I was saying this a little bit earlier on. Your car might be fast on paper, but if you're not comfortable in it, it's not going to be very, very quick. And well, Zakharov doesn't look comfortable in his car, he doesn't look confident in it, and that's not good news heading into a 12-hour race at Sebring. You need to be comfortable in what you're using. At the moment, Zakharov just isn't.
And right as you say that, Alexander Zakharov has gone green in Sector 1. We'll see what his Sector 2 time is looking like. Meanwhile, further up ahead, Chris Gonzalez in the 334 car has put in a new personal best, a 46.0, which is enough for P3 at the moment. Alexander Zakharov does not go green in the middle sector, but he's only 500s down on Lee Russell, so this could potentially be enough to knock him up one further position through Sunset Corner. Then will he be able to improve on his current best of a 59.479?
Yeah, we'll have a look now to see if that's going to be the case for Zakharov, and it isn't. No, he can't improve. He's 2 tenths down on what he's previously done. Still struggling out there, it seems. As you were mentioning, that Norbert Jakob did improve to just about get into the 45s. He didn't improve his position, but he did edge slightly further away from Chris Gonzalez in the DSG car, so that will put him at ease a little bit as Wojtek Polesny comes into the pit lane. David Greco is out there at the moment, so Jordi San Andres, so's Fabio Liuzzi. It's a lot of these guys in GTE looking to improve. Polesny's going to get one more go at this as well, even though he's just headed to the pit lane. He's going to have one more, maybe 2 more laps.
Now, Jordi San Andres has gone green in Sector 1, and considering there's only 400 separating the top 3, that could be enough to snatch pole away from Wojtek Polesny, at least in this qualifying session alone. Turn lower in the 15, Deuces Motorsport Club LMP2 car has improved. Jordi San Andres does not improve in the middle sector, but it is still a quick time, and it is just Sunset Corner remaining.
Yeah, it is indeed at the moment. So David Greco comes over the line at the moment. Oh, can't quite improve. He's just 0.03 of a second down, and not quite enough. He's going to need to go a little bit quicker than that if he wants to get pole position for this one. What about Jordi San Andres then as he accelerates towards the line? Currently done a 57.5. What about this lap time? Is it going to be any better? Yes, it is, but it is by quite a lot actually. He's into provisional pole position for Q2 at 57.3, but is that going to be enough to give him extra position in the standings? I think this will put him in 2nd place in the corrected average order. So David Greco and Musto GD Sports have been pushed down to 3rd, both in the session and on average.
I tell you what, something else interesting as well is the fact that David Greco went 2 tenths quicker than Jordi San Andres in that final sector. 41.8 for Jordi San Andres, 41.6 for David Greco. And the final sector is just the Ullman Straight and Sunset Corner. So maybe it's a case of David Greco's or the Musto car running slightly less downforce, having a bit more power in that BMW relative to the Porsche of WOSR Eisen Performance. Either way, David Greco can almost certainly improve on his time if he can just find that 1/10 in the opening sector.
Yeah, I was going to say it's probably down to a car thing, that really, when you see different sectors fluctuating like that. But at the end of the day, if drivers got to do the job as well, Wojtek Polesny is going to want to just improve ever so slightly so that he can get back up the order and back into the front. And that will be his aim, I think, for even though he's pretty much he's pretty much consolidated that pole position for the moment, unless Jordi San Andres finds another 2 attempts and David Greco finds another 3 or 4. He's going to be able to take pole here, and I think he's looking pretty good for it. Lots of GTE cars coming towards the line at the moment, but David Greco slows for the pit lane. Will Wojtek Polesny carry on? It looks like he will, but does he improve on his lap time? Doesn't look like it, unless he's done. It's showing as might have been an outlap for him, not entirely sure, but we'll keep monitoring it. Meanwhile, in GT3, not able to improve for the moment. Thibaut Malbon still trying, but not quite able to get the extra 300ths of a second he needs to take pole for this race. Adam Surej still in the pit lane, choosing not to participate in the second half of this session, it seems.
Just under 5 minutes remaining now, Ewan, so time for pretty much everyone to head on out and do one final lap, give or take. Maybe if they mess up their first lap, they can come back into the pits, quickly add a bit of fuel and head back on out for one last run. Kim Pedersen's improving, so Kyle Lukagoy is putting in a 47.0, but he's 7/10 off a turn lower, and he is close in the LMP2 class from David Kolaksai in P2 in the class, all the way down to turn lower, separated by about 4/10 of a second.
Yeah, indeed, it's very close actually. Very encouraging in LMP2. We're going to get a good race this weekend. I certainly hope so. Kolaksai, as you mentioned, not too far away from his best lap, and so we could see a late improvement from him. We could also see one from Wojtek Polesny, because he's just gone through the second sector line, and we'll see now whether this is going. Oh no, it's not going to be good enough for him at all, because he's down to 15 kilometers an hour, I can see, which is definitely not as fast as you want to be going. So is he going to have enough time?
He just put in 58.5.
Wow, big lap time from him then. A massive lap time from Thibaut Malbon. That could be the lap that gets them pole position. At the moment, provisionally, it does get them pole position. However, Adam Surej could reply for the moment. He is not. He's still in the pit lane, seemingly happy with second place maybe.
Look at Wojtek Polesny though, he's gone green in the middle sector into sunset. It doesn't look like the fastest of runs, but can he get on the power early? Can he get the exit speed? Look how much track he uses on a corner exit. Wojtek Polesny 57.3 personal best. Can he improve?
We'll see as he comes over the line and does so now. Is it going to be enough? It doesn't. No, it's not. Definitely not. It's a 2:12. That's going to be a setup for this final couple of lap times. He's got chance for 2 more, but whether he's got the tyres and the fuel to do that is another story, really. But he's going through turn 5 right now. Needs a good exit off of this corner. It looks clean for the moment, but he needs a very clean, and it's not going to matter too much, really. He knows at this point he's probably going to get pole, but it's just a case of whether he tops both sessions or not.
Let's see then, Wojtek Polesny, we know he's got pace, and clearly he's got a little bit more pace as well in the car. So GTE currently Jordi San Andres from Wojtek Polesny and David Greco separated by 1/10 of a second. GT3, Thibaut Malbon and Adam Surej separated by 2/10 of a second. It was closer, but that final lap from Thibaut Malbon has absolutely blown Adam Surej out of the water, and he's still in the pits. He needs to get out of the pits soon if he wants a chance to be able to contest.
Yeah, I don't think he is there, and I don't think he is going to do so, because if he'd had, then he would have been out by now, and even so, if he does now, then he's going to be out of time by the time he gets back to the line. He's not going to have a chance to reply, so it looks like Thibaut Malbon is going to take the pole position in GT3, and that looks pretty settled. It looks pretty settled in all of the classes, actually, but in GTE, we've got a great fight to try and top this session at the very least. Polesny and San Andres and Greco all racing for a little bit of pride at the moment. 3 fantastic drivers. We've seen them all in the EEWC before, showing what they can do. Polesny managing to get pole position back in Indianapolis. David Greco was one of the great drivers to manage to get the GTE championship for Musto GD Esports around the last particular season, and hoping to do the same again. What about Polesny as he comes over the line now? Is it going to be quite enough for him, or is not? No, it isn't, I'm afraid. He's backed off once more, but he's still got time. This is his final chance if he wants to improve again.
Alexander Zakharov has just completed a lap. No, he can't improve. He's 3/10 down. Sebastian Hove on his last lap put in a 58.9. Is his current best, but he's still 2/10 down on Adam Sareja in the GT3 class. So I don't know if that's going to be enough for Danish Sim Race or pardon me, for Danish Racing League and what they can pull out from it.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be enough for them either. It looks like it's going to be third place in the overall session, or in the overall average for those guys. As Jordi San Andres comes up towards the line right now, is he going to carry on, or is he going to kind of resign to this one? It looks like he's going to go over the line again. He's going to have one more opportunity if he wants it as well. Comes over the line, and he's going to use this final opportunity. Currently watching Wojciech Polesny come up towards Tower Corner, so he will get one more chance. Thibaut Malbrun has stopped. That's the end of qualifying pretty much in GT3. It's going to be One Move Esports slightly ahead of Mugen Sim Racing, less than a tenth of a second separating the two, even with the average lap time as well.
Jordi San Andres made a mistake. It's just David Greco and Wojciech Polesny on laps. I wonder if we could get the two side by side as they complete their final laps of qualifying. Wojciech Polesny not green in sector 1, not green in sector 2. David Greco will be completing his sector 1 momentarily, and let's see if it is any better than what Wojciech Polesny was able to do, which was that 43.9 in the opening sector.
Polesny is into the final corner right now, and this is going to end his session, of course. Is he going to carry on with it? No, he doesn't, I'm afraid. It wasn't going to be enough. Andres looks like he's going to take this one in terms of the session. David Greco come through Tower Corner right now, but Polesny can console himself with the fact that Juice's Motorsport Club will be on pole in GTE in the 12 hours of Sebring. Will it be a topping of the session for World of Sim Racing, though? David Greco will have something to say about that. He needs about a tenth and a quarter to get up. That's how fine the margins are here. So close between all of them. Nobody else from behind can really improve right now. DISSR Lab, by the way, have done very well recently to get themselves up into 5th place. Paulie Ahanen down to 6th, but David Greco backs off. He pulls to the right hand side to let the others through, and that's going to be it for GTE qualifying as well. It looks like Juice's Motorsport Club will be on pole.
Congrats to Deuces to be able to secure pole. David Greco had gone green in sector 2, so he must have made a mistake somewhere, probably through Tower Corner. And well, David Greco is going to have to resort to, I believe, a P3 start for Musto in the GTE class.
Yeah, it looks like that is going to be the case for that one. Well, it's going to be close, actually. I'll have to go and do some maths in the ad break that's coming up in a few moments' time. But yeah, it's going to be close because World of Sim Racing beat or were behind Musto by a tenth in the last one, and they've just beaten them by just over a tenth. So I'm going to have to work out. It's going to come down to less than tenths. It's going to come down to hundredths and possibly thousandths of a second. We'll top that up in the break though, and we'll figure that one out a little bit later on. Just looking up and down the order now to see if there are any more lap times to come in, but it looks like that's pretty much it. The only two drivers actually out there on the circuit: 717 Unison Racing, 67 Volante, Alexander Zakharov and Shivan Balau both out there at the moment, but I don't believe they are still on lap times.
No, I don't believe they are. Alexander Zakharov will be heading on into the pits. And well, that concludes the second session of qualifying. And Alexander Zakharov apparently went through the walls. Very nice grass out there. Fans look very excited. However, on that note, we're going to be heading into an ad break, and when we return, we'll be bringing you our post-qualifying reactions as well as some driver interviews. If anyone does have to dip now, just remember that the race will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. British time. That's at 12 p.m. for those of you in Europe. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we jump on in to our post-qualifying review for round 3 of the Endurance E-Racing World Championship here at Sebring. We've had qualifying session 1, qualifying session 2. I'm Yusuf bin Sahel, joined by Ewan O'Leary. Now, Ewan is the one who has all the numbers. I've just been wondering, trying to work out what on earth has happened. So I think you can try to run us down what has been occurring in the GTE and the GT3 classes predominantly.
Yeah, predominantly we've got to talk about them, but in the post-race show, I guess qualifying's just finished about 5 minutes ago, and we're just going to wrap things up a little bit and try and dissect a little bit what's gone on throughout the last 4.5 hours of broadcasting. We'll try and figure out what's been going on. If you're a driver, by the way, you can put yourself in the green room. We'll talk to you about how qualifying's gone and so on. We'd love to hear from you, but anyway, while we're waiting for that, or if indeed that ever does come, we'll talk about these different classes because I've been trying to work out the rough order of what they're going to be. I don't know the exact mathematics of the timings because that's too difficult, but I do know roughly what order they're going to be starting tomorrow. This is completely unofficial and pre any penalties that will be applied, by the way, so don't take this as gospel, but we can talk about at least the performances of some of these guys. Let's get into it then. So first of all, we'll just mention that Hypercar was won by Drillers Esports. They're the only Hypercar that's qualified. Hopefully we see it one or two more tomorrow, but for the moment Drillers will be starting from the pole. And then we have in LMP2, Varga Sim Racing take it from Mugen Sim Racing, DAC Hackers, DSG Motorsport and Deuces Motorsport Club. The top 5 considerably better than everybody else, I would say, in that particular session. It was slightly strange to see, and also strange that the top 5 remained completely the same in the both of the sessions, that the order didn't change between them at all.
Yeah, it was super tight coming through, and I'm just checking. Oh, we actually have a certain someone ready to join for an interview. We have heard from them before so far, but it'll be great to hear what their reactions are after having secured their second pole of the season. Joao Barbosa from Deuces Motorsport Club, congrats on yet another pole in the EEWC.
Thanks, guys. Yes, Vodja and Joao did a great job. And this in the night we were a bit slower than we expected, but we were able to secure the pole. That is most important, and now we are focused on the 12 hours. And I think our race pace will be good, so we are aiming to have a nice start and have a clean race.
Now, I can tell that Vojta Polesny is a true racing driver because you gave him the option. You said, if you do a 56, you can leave early, you can alt F4 and head on out. But he clearly wanted to do more track time. That's why he didn't do the 56, and he just waited and slowly improved, right?
Yeah, Vodja is the faster driver of the trio of us. He's a pretty fast driver, and he's like those guys that need higher objectives. So we gave him that shot. That if he does a 56, he can go out. I think if he had more time in qualify one, I think he could do it. But on Q2, he was pretty slower. Probably the car doesn't work much better in the night. So here on Q2 will be difficult, but in Q1, I think if he had more time, I bet he could do that.
I've got to ask as well, because you along with myself were one of the main instigators of this in the YouTube chat. The Finnish walls that we might see between Juha Mäki-Jupi and Pauli Ahonen. Will you be having some words with Volante Racing so that both Finnish drivers will be out on track at the same time for us tomorrow?
Well, I would not plan on that strategic way, but I really hope they do, because I would like to see that violent fight between Paul Raikkonen and Johan Hakkinen. I would love to see that.
I think everyone would like to see it. Final question is, you mentioned that Vojta is your quickest driver. What are the plans in the race? Because you've got the likes of Musto, WOSR, and even the likes of Volante hot on your heels. What does the kind of depth of talent, let's say, in your team feel like? Do you think any of you might struggle against some of their depths of talents, or do you think you can hold it from start to finish?
Well, I will say our lineup, obviously Vodja is the faster one, but I think the rest of the lineup is pretty solid. Obviously the other teams has some pretty drivers like Greco or Jordi, but I believe that the three drivers of our lineup can fight with other cars, so I don't see any driver that we will expect to be much slower than the others. Obviously, if you put me with Greco, probably Greco will be faster, but I think in the end of the day we have a pretty solid lineup to get a good result.
Well, Joao, congratulations on the pole, and honestly, don't tell anyone else this, but I'm rooting for you guys in tomorrow's race. You haven't secured any points from finishing in the top 10, so I think myself and quite a lot of neutral fans in the chat would want to see you take a win just to make the championship closer at the very least.
I'm starting to like you.
Right, well, Joao, thank you again for joining us for an interview. See, you, and that's the trick. That's how you get drivers to like you.
Yeah, that is good. Just say you support them, and then they like you immediately. Yeah, I'll have to remember that trick for future. Anyway, there's Joao Barbosa from Deuces Motorsport Club. While we're on the subject of GTE, by the way, let's talk about it a little bit. Motorsport Club, obviously, as I just mentioned there, will probably be on pole position for this one. World of Sim Racing were able to just about get ahead of Sports in that one. So World of Sim Racing will be in second, Musto 53 into third, with the 54 also moving or staying where they are, moving up a position into fourth position. So the two Musto cars will be nose to tail or side by side, should I say, off of this start. Volante 66 will be in fifth ahead of DISSR Lab, ID Simsport, and then one move will be a little bit further back, 8th or 9th in the end. These are unofficial, by the way, and are subject to change, so don't take these as gospel, but Juice's World of Sim Racing Musto is the likely order. We're going to see a great fight between those three tomorrow.
Without a doubt, and for anyone who does want to see the official results when they do come out, make sure to stay up to date with the website gtr24h.org. That's where the final results for qualifying will be announced and where you'll be able to see it first. And it will also be posted on socials as well, so Twitter and Facebook. Make sure you are following GTR24H on those socials as well. Ewan, any final words? I think before we wrap up, I don't see anyone in the green room to interview at the moment.
No, not for the moment. Just like to talk about GT3 briefly before we do sign off for the night, because those guys have provided a lot of entertainment for us, and Thibaut Malbran has been really putting in a great performance for One Move Esports. They were 1/10 behind coming into Q2, but in the end he just about scraped enough time out of that Ferrari to get himself pole position for this one unofficially, ahead of Mugen Sim Racing. Danish Racing League will be in third. Unison Racing will have a lot of work to do from fourth. A long and difficult afternoon coming up for them tomorrow, and they're ahead of their Aston Martin kind of manufacturer teammates, I guess, who will be in fifth place. Guys like Callum Wilson, Lee Russell will be driving that car tomorrow. Looking forward to seeing those guys. Good entertainment from GT3 tonight, though. You thoroughly enjoyed that, but Thibaut Malbran in the end was able to topple Adam Sereg. Adam Sereg. I know that Adam didn't put a time on the board towards the second half of the session. For some reason he wasn't participating very much, but even so, Thibaut Malbran's performance tonight was very impressive.
Yeah, it was a fantastic lap for Thibaut Malbran, and great for One Move Esports to be able to clinch that pole. But the key thing to remember, I feel, is that's qualifying. Yes, we had 4 hours worth of qualifying, but again, all of that can drop so quickly down the drain once we do make our way into the race. 12-hour race, it's long, there's a lot of pit stops. Sebring's such a difficult circuit as well, and we saw, I think I noticed here at Sebring more than we did at Indianapolis, more than I did last time out at Silverstone. The amount of times drivers were spinning on their qualifying laps was maybe threefold, maybe more than threefold compared to what we saw at other tracks. And for drivers to be able to consistently have a high pace come the race day without making any mistakes is going to be so huge. And those qualifying laps in the end could be absolutely meaningless if the drivers aren't able to consistently put out that pace tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Keeping it on the road is half the story, really, in terms of getting a good result in an endurance race. That's what all of the guys are going to be hoping to do tomorrow. We're thoroughly looking forward to it. I think that's just about going to do it then for the qualifying show tonight. We've had a thoroughly enjoyable evening. It's been very, very good racing and some great performances from some of these guys as well. I've thoroughly enjoyed it myself. I hope you guys have at home. I've been Ewan O'Leary, and I've been alongside Yusuf bin Sahel, and we will be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. UK time, midday in Europe, for the 12 Hours of Sebring, round 3 of the EEWC. Make sure you catch it. I'll look forward to seeing you there, but until then, it's goodbye for now.
The 2021 Endurance E-Racing World Championship Round 3, 12 Hours of Sebring is brought to you in partnership with ESTV, Leak Gaming, SimLab, Motorvision.tv, Global Flicks, Racing for Green, Viper Gaming, and AMD Ryzen Radeon.
Racing for Green is here to help you carbon neutralize your racing. By planting new trees, Racing for Green offers to make your racing carbon neutral. We already have the calculations, contacts, infrastructure, deals and solutions ready for you to easily buy carbon neutral laps on any racetrack. It doesn't matter if you are a racing fan, team owner, driver, sponsor or partner. Anyone can buy CO2 neutral laps in the Racing for Green webshop and trade CO2 emissions for New Forest. Racing for Green.